Chapter 110. Following that, a huge head popped out from behind the thick leg. Yun Ruoyan could see that the creature that had just entered had a black face and fangs, large ears, small black eyes, and a few tufts of yellow hair on its head. It was a black boar spirit. "Which sect are you from? How dare you occupy my cave?" the boar spirit shouted, glaring at them. Yun Ruoyan glanced at the boar spirit and immediately lowered her head. Li Mo's voice rang out by her ear. "Brother, my wife and I were just passing by when it got dark. We wanted to set up camp, but it wasn't too peaceful here, so we decided to find a place to rest for the night." "Where did you come from, beasts?" A shrill voice rang out from under the boar's armpit. Yun Ruoyan raised her head slightly to see a yellow-haired, pointy-mouthed head squeezing its way into the boar's armpit, a yellow-skinned spirit. The tree hole wasn't small, and Yun Ruoyan could easily fit 4 or 5 people into it. However, the boar spirit was so large that it was already quite cramped even with only half of its body inside. Yun Ruoyan couldn't imagine how these two beasts would be able to rest in a tree hole like this. "We came from the Xianfeng Mountains in the south," Li Mo replied. "My wife and I were originally cultivating on Mount Xianfeng, but not long ago, our residence was taken over by a peak 8th rank blade master. He even threatened to kill us if we set foot on Mount Xianfeng." Li Mo sighed. "All the good lands in the east have been taken over by human cultivators, and we had no choice but to move west, hoping to find a quiet place to continue our cultivation." "Paw!" The boar spirit spat on the ground. "Humans are getting more and more arrogant by the day. Sooner or later, I'll eat their flesh and drink their blood." Sigh. The yellow-skinned spirit sighed. "When the Beast King was still around, we could barely get by. But ever since he ascended to the heavens, we've been chased around by the humans. Let alone cultivating, it's hard for us to even survive. Isn't that so?" Li Mo's tone was mournful and forlorn. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but turn to look at him, only to be shocked once more. Li Mo's appearance had completely changed. His black robes had turned yellow, and his inky black hair had turned red. His hair was loosely tied behind his head, revealing a pair of pointy ears. He looked like a fox spirit. Yun Ruoyan slowly reached out to touch herself. Indeed, her appearance had changed. She didn't know if her facial features had changed, but her 2 pointy ears couldn't be faked. Yun Ruoyan was shocked. In the past, she had only known how to cultivate, thinking that she could become a truly strong cultivator through constant cultivation. She hadn't expected such a miraculous transformation technique to exist in this world. It seemed that there were still many things about cultivation that she, and even most cultivators, didn't know about. "My wife and I would like to stay here for the night and leave tomorrow morning. Would you be so kind as to accommodate us?" Li Mo asked. The boar and weasel glanced at each other, then at the beast core that Yun Ruoyan had used to illuminate the area. "Sure," the yellow-skinned man said, "but you can't stay here for free." Li Mo immediately picked up the 2 cores from the ground and handed them over, saying, "These are the cores of the night demon leopard that my wife and I hunted in Xian Mountain. I'll give them to you as a reward." The yellow-skinned man smiled and put the 2 inner cores into his arms. "Hee hee." The black pig spirit laughed and said, "Since Old Tree let you in, it means that you're not bad people. Am I right, Old Tree?" As the black boar spirit spoke, he used his hand to knock on the tree hole. Then the entire tree suddenly shook. Then the tree hole suddenly grew larger, and the black pig and weasel walked in easily. The space inside the cave had also increased. The originally cramped tree hole had suddenly expanded by more than 3 times. There was more than enough space for the black boar spirit and the yellow-skinned man to enter. Only then did Yun Ruoyan realize that they were in the belly of an old tree spirit. The black boar spirit sat down by Li Mo's side and placed a cloth sack on the ground. You two sure are lucky to have run into us brothers. If you'd run into those spirits, you'd be in trouble. That's right, the yellow-skinned man added. The yellow-skinned man continued, even we are afraid of those monsters. They form groups and wander in the forest at night. They will pounce on anything they see. They will either possess the body or absorb the essence of the body. If not for the old tree's protection, we wouldn't even dare come back at night, the black boar spirit replied. Yun Ruoyan had only heard of the forest of dead souls, but she hadn't expected it to be so chaotic. We're at the foot of the imperial capital. Why haven't any of these spirits been kept in check? Hearing Yun Ruoyan's words, the black boar and weasel looked at each other, then the black boar turned to Liemo, woman, why do you sound so human? Liemo hurriedly explained, in the past, we'd often transform into humans to roam the human world, so we've picked up some of their habits. Please don't take it to heart. Only then did the yellow-skinned demon shift his gaze away from Yun Ruoyan. This isn't a good habit. We're no longer under the protection of the Beast King a few decades ago. Beasts like us can roam freely in the human world. Now, the human realm has completely treated us as prey. Hurry up and tell your wife to change these human habits, the black boar spirit urged. Afraid that she'd say something that would expose her identity, Yun Ruoyan stayed silent by Li Mo's side. Liemo brought out a few flasks of wine and handed one each to the black boar spirit and the weasel spirit. The three of them drank happily. Yun Ruoyan was very puzzled. What was this Li Mo's true identity? One moment, he'd conjured a dragon's claw, the next, he'd turned into a fox spirit, and even herself. In that case, was he a human, a dragon, or a fox spirit? Moreover, Liemo didn't seem to have any trouble interacting with the two beasts at all. It was clear that he often interacted with such creatures. If he were a human, why would he be so cold to humans, but so warm to these beasts? Rumble, rumble. While Yun Ruoyan was thinking about these questions, her stomach began to protest. She'd only had a bowl of rice porridge in the morning, and she hadn't eaten anything since then. She was famished. Liemo turned to look at Yun Ruoyan. Just as he was about to speak, the black boar spirit spoke up. I've drunk your wine, so I can't be stingy. Let's go slaughter that fellow right now and get some food for you. Yun Ruoyan looked at the black boar spirit, who had stood up. His head was right at the top of the tree hole, and in his hand was the sack he'd tossed on the ground. Weasel, start the fire and roast the meat. The yellow-skinned man sighed and started to light a fire. The black boar spirit carried the sack in his hand to a corner of the tree hole, squatted down, and began to untie the straps that bound the sack. Yun Ruoyan was curious as to what was in the sack that would make these two beasts so excited. She tilted her head to take a look. Liemo turned around, blocking Yun Ruoyan's line of sight. He lowered his voice and whispered into her ear, "You'd better not look." "Why?" "Because you won't like it," Liemo replied. The more ambiguous Liemo was, the more curious Yun Ruoyan became. She stubbornly tilted her head to the side, and her gaze brushed past Liemo's back. She watched as the black boar spirit opened the sack and pulled out a person. "Ah! Ahem!" Liemo coughed loudly, silencing Yun Ruoyan's exclamation. "Are they going to kill someone to eat?" Yun Ruoyan asked, her voice filled with fear. Liemo didn't speak, only nodding. "If they're going to eat someone, we..." Yun Ruoyan subconsciously tried to stop him, but Liemo pressed down on her shoulder and shook his head. Although Yun Ruoyan had lived 2 lives, and had been persecuted, humiliated, and suffered great pain and suffering, she had never seen true bloodshed. She had always wanted to kill Pei Zio, but she had never had the opportunity to do so. As a result, she had never seen human blood before. But tonight, Yun Ruoyan had seen murder for the first time. The man was grabbed by the boar spirit as if he were a chicken. He was dressed in a warrior's robe, and he was likely a cultivator with a high cultivation. However, his arms and legs had been broken, and he couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, Yun Ruoyan didn't recognize this man. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." That person was beaten until he was half dead. Seeing the black pig spirit pull out a shining butcher's knife from his waist, he was so frightened that he could not help but beg for mercy. Ha, ha. The black boar spirit seemed to enjoy this person's begging for mercy. He looked at him and said, "You are a demon hunter, so you should focus on catching demons. Why are you doing the business of dealing with demons?" The man was so frightened that he didn't have the energy to answer the boar's question. All he could do was beg for his life. "It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. I didn't want to eat you, but you've killed so many of my kind and skinned so many yellow-skinned ones. If I don't eat you back, I'll be in big trouble." The boar spirit didn't waste any more words and slashed down. With a poochit sound, the man's begging turned into a blood-curdling scream, and then there was no more sound. Yun Ruoyan subconsciously grabbed Li Mo's arm tightly, but her eyes stubbornly stared in the boar spirit's direction. The warrior lay silently on the ground, and a large amount of blood flowed onto the ground. Very quickly, it seeped into the ground, leaving not a single trace behind. Presumably, it had been absorbed by the old tree. The boar spirit waved his cleaver around the man's body, beginning to dismember him like a butcher. Yun Ruoyan finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. She turned around, her hand still tightly clinging to Li Mo's arm. "Don't worry, there'll be barbecued meat soon." The yellow-skinned man was still fanning the flames, drooling from the corners of his mouth to the ground. Yun Ruoyan felt her stomach churn, and she couldn't help but want to vomit. Chapter 111. The sound of the blade cutting into flesh resounded in the tree hole, and the stench of human blood became thicker and thicker in this small space. Finally, Yun Ruoyan couldn't take it anymore and began to retch. In the imperial territory, Yun Ruoyan had seen rivers of blood, and she had seen corpses. However, the blood had belonged to magical beasts, and the corpses had been killed in a single blow. Now, however, the black boar was brandishing his blade as if he were chopping up a chicken or duck on a chopping board, preparing to roast it. Li Mo patted Yun Ruoyan's back lightly. Yun Ruoyan turned to look at him. Seeing that his expression was as calm as ever, she guessed that he must have seen something like this before. It was said that the army often fed human flesh to beasts, and the beasts that ate human flesh would become even more ferocious on the battlefield. Li Mo had entered the army before the age of 10, so it was no surprise that human flesh was a common sight. It was also said that there were ruffians in the army who liked to eat human flesh. When they caught the leader of an enemy, they would chop him into minced meat, mix it with porridge, and then share it with the rest of the army. Apparently, Lin Qingxue had told this story to Yun Ruoyan, and Lin Qingxue had heard it from Uncle Lin. When Uncle Lin was young, he had accompanied Lin Zainan in the army for a long period of time. He said that when the army was short of rations, human porridge was a great source of nourishment. Yun Ruoyan's gaze landed on Li Mo's lips. His thin lips were pursed, and the corners of his mouth were curled up, as if he were smiling. Yun Ruoyan's brows furrowed as she imagined Li Mo eating human porridge. Her stomach churned even more as she imagined it. "I don't want to eat that meat," Yun Ruoyan whispered, averting her gaze. The smile on Li Mo's face grew wider. From the first time he had seen Yun Ruoyan, she had remained calm and composed, as if nothing could cause her to panic. This was the first time Li Mo had seen Yun Ruoyan in such pain. Li Mo couldn't help but want to tease Yun Ruoyan a little. Human flesh is so tender that it melts in your mouth, and it's even tastier than most animal meat. It'd be a pity if you didn't try it. When Yunruoyan heard this, she felt a sour feeling rise up from her stomach, and she couldn't help but retch twice. At this time, the black boar spirit had already brought over the processed human flesh and was ready to roast it over the fire. Out of the corner of her eye, Yunruoyan glanced at the 2 ears strung on the wooden stick. She immediately closed her eyes, but she couldn't stop the image of arms and legs being roasted over a fire in her mind. She really couldn't stay here any longer. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, Liemo placed a hand on her shoulder. What happened to your wife? While the black boar was busy, he turned his big head and asked, You don't look good. Are you starving? Hee, don't worry, I'll leave the fattest thigh for you later. Yunruoyan immediately covered her mouth and started retching again. Why are you vomiting? The black boar looked at Yunruoyan suspiciously. As Liemo gently patted Yunruoyan's back, he smiled. My wife's expecting, and her appetite hasn't been very good lately. Oh, I see. The boar spirit didn't suspect a thing and continued working. In that case, I'll prepare some lean meat for your wife later. Just as Yunruoyan was worrying about what to do next, she suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. Not good. The weasel, who had been squatting by the side, turned around warily and looked at the dark forest outside the tree hole. This smells so fragrant that it's attracted that annoying fellow. Old tree, close the door. The black boar spirit raised his head and barked at the top of the tree hole. The tree trembled, and the tree hole closed like the jaws of a wild beast. Brother, that fellow has already smelled it. I'm afraid he won't be so easily fooled, the weasel told the boar spirit. Tui. The black boar spirit spat a mouthful of saliva into the fire and said angrily, What is this? Once it sees you, it swallows you whole, not even bones are left. Sooner or later, I will eat its flesh and drink its blood. Yunruoyan didn't know what the black boar and weasel were talking about, but she was grateful to it now. She hurried over and snatched all the human flesh away. The footsteps soon reached the outside of the big tree, and then came the sound of knocking on the tree. Black boar spirit, weasel. A loud voice called from outside the tree. Grandpa knows you're inside, but you didn't even show your filial piety to your grandpa. You're trying to eat all the delicious food for yourself. Seeing that the boar and weasel were both silent, Yunruoyan turned to Liemo. Liemo frowned, his expression serious. What's outside? Yunruoyan asked softly. It's a bear spirit, Liemo replied. From the sound of its voice, it's probably already cultivated an inner core. An inner core. Do beasts have inner cores? Yunruoyan only knew that beasts had inner cores, but she didn't know that beasts could also cultivate one. Liemo nodded, but didn't explain much. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, I can't use too much spiritual energy right now, so the illusion I'm using isn't very profound. I'm afraid the bear spirit will see through the illusion, so hide behind me and don't show your face. Only then did Yunruoyan realize that she and Liemo hadn't transformed into foxes. Rather, it was Liemo's illusions that had fooled everyone, including Yunruoyan herself, into thinking that she had transformed into a fox spirit. Quick, get this old tree spirit to open the door. The black bear spirit continued pounding on the tree, causing it to tremble. Otherwise, I'll set fire to the tree. As soon as the black bear spirit finished speaking, before anyone could react, the tree hole opened. Hey, you old tree spirit, you traitor! The boar and weasel cursed in unison. Ha ha ha! The black bear spirit laughed heartily as it walked into the tree hole. As it walked in, the tree hole expanded even more. Even the space within the hole expanded once more. Brother Black Bear, why aren't you asleep at this hour? The weasel trembled as he approached the black bear spirit. Yun Ruoyan had already hidden behind Liemo, and she stuck her head out to look at the hole. A large black figure stood there, its entire body covered in black fur, with only a piece of black cloth tied around its waist. Humph, the black bear spirit snorted. I wanted to leave a mouthful for you two brats, but since you're so untactful, you'll have to wait to taste the wind. The black bear spirit stretched out a big black paw and swept at the yellow-skinned man. The skinny yellow-skinned man was slapped into the wall of the tree hole. He fell down and curled up into a ball, not daring to make a sound. Take whatever you want, but don't touch me, the boar spirit ordered. In the entire forest of dead souls, you two are the most dishonest. The black bear spirit pointed a thick black finger at the black pig spirit and said, if you dare to eat alone again, I'll skin the two of you to go with my wine. The boar spirit glared at the black bear, but didn't dare make a sound. The black bear spirit flattened the bonfire with a few stomps and gathered all the human meat on the fire, as well as the meat that hadn't been roasted yet. Yun Ruoyan looked at the meat and relaxed a little. Hurry up and take it all, don't leave anything behind. Just as the black bear was about to leave, he suddenly sniffed the air, as if he had smelled something. He turned his head and asked, are there any strangers here? Neither the boar nor the weasel replied, but the black bear's eyes had already landed on Liemo, who was still in the corner. Where did you come from, fox spirit? The black bear asked. Liemo bowed and respectfully repeated what he had said to the boar and weasel. The black bear listened to Liemo's words, but he didn't make a sound. His entire body, including his face, was pitch black, and it was impossible to see his expression. The black bear didn't make a sound, and neither did the others. After a long while, the black bear suddenly asked, who's behind you? The black bear was asking who it was, not what kind of animal it was. Had they been discovered? Yun Ruoyan immediately heard the difference in the black bear's tone, and she tightened her grip on Liemo's arm. Liemo, however, didn't seem nervous at all. That's my wife. She's pregnant, and she's feeling a little unwell. Your wife? The black bear clearly didn't believe him. Why does she smell like a human? My wife and I often wander around the human world, so we've caught the scent of humans, Liemo explained. They're indeed two fox spirits, but they're only here temporarily. They'll leave tomorrow, the boar spirit added. Right, they're just passing by. There's nothing suspicious about them, the weasel chimed in. The black bear glanced at them, then at Liemo, before finally turning to leave. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But just then, the black bear spirit suddenly retracted its foot that had already stepped forward. No, my nose has never been wrong. There's indeed the scent of a living person here, and a very fragrant one at that. The black bear muttered to himself before walking up to Liemo, have your wife come out, I want to examine her. What, you don't dare. Seeing that Liemo didn't move, the black bear roared, little fox spirit, how dare you hide human flesh? Are you tired of living? The black bear thought that Liemo was hiding someone just like the other beasts, and it extended its black claws at Liemo, how dare you? Liemo bellowed, his voice laced with a hint of authority. First, the old tree spirit trembled, then the black boar spirit and the weasel spirit couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The black bear spirit was also forced to take a step back. I didn't expect you to be such a formidable character. The black bear only took a step back before regaining his footing. I've been trapped in this forest for a very long time, and I haven't met a worthy opponent. Today, I'll spar with you. After the black bear spirit finished speaking, he let out a roar. His already huge body began to grow with this roar. No. Liemo replied coldly. Yun Ruoyan opened her mouth to ask more, but Liemo interrupted her. I'm injured, and I won't be able to hold on much longer. Let's go. Liamo grabbed Yunruoyan's hand and stepped out of the tree hole. But in this short period of time, at least 100 beasts had gathered outside the tree hole. In the darkness of the night, there were green eyes everywhere. Apart from the beasts, there was also a group of will-o'-the-wisps floating around. Who are you? This question came from the black bear's spirit. Liamo didn't answer its question, and the black bear continued in a low voice, "Why do you have the aura of the Beast King? Who are you? Get out of my way." Liamo replied coldly. "I don't want to start a massacre. If you don't want to die, scram." Because of Liamo's powerful aura, none of the beasts dared to approach him, but they didn't seem to have any intention of retreating either. They all seemed to listen to the black bear spirit's commands, and if he didn't give the order, they wouldn't retreat. The black bear spirit, however, stubbornly stood in front of Liamo and Yunruoyan like a wall. Roar! Liamo opened his mouth and let out a dragon's roar, a sound that could shake one's heart. As the black bear howled, he slowly retreated until he knelt down. Then, all of the beasts around him knelt down, bowing their heads to Liamo. "Long live the Beast King! Long live the Beast King!" The black bear spirit opened its mouth to call out, and all the other spirits also began to call out along with it. One call after another, the black ghost forest was filled with the sounds of worship. Yunruoyan's shock was at its peak. Too many questions intertwined in her head, and she couldn't make heads or tails of them. "Let's go." Liamo's voice suddenly sounded by her ear, and Yunruoyan felt her body lighten as she was lifted into the air by Liamo. "Beast King, don't go. Beast King, we'll forever be loyal to you. Beast King, come back." The two of them stepped on green sword auras and quickly rose into the air, leaving behind the cries for the Beast King. Liamo directed the sword to fly in the direction of the eastern capital. As soon as they exited the forest, they could see the moonlight. A strand of silver-white hair brushed against Yunruoyan's face. Yunruoyan reached out and grabbed the strand of hair. "Who are you?" "The Slaughtering King, Liamo." "Other than that?" Yunruoyan continued, "Do you have another identity?" Liamo didn't respond. Clearly, he didn't want to answer her question. "Who exactly are you?" Yunruoyan's curiosity compelled her to ask again. Liamo finally spoke. "On the Qinyuan continent, everyone who knows my true identity is dead, and everyone who's seen my true face is also dead. So, your life is mine now." As he spoke, a cold hand slowly tightened around Yunruoyan's neck. As the hand tightened around her neck, Yunruoyan began to feel suffocated. "You won't kill me," Yunruoyan said. "I won't kill you." Liamo's cold voice carried a hint of amusement, but Yunruoyan couldn't decipher the meaning behind it. There was mockery, but it wasn't just mockery. "Why are you so sure?" Liamo's amusement had turned into laughter. "Why? Surely it wasn't because of Yunruoyan's beauty. You, cough, since you've spent so much effort to save me, of course you won't kill me." The large hand continued to tighten, and the feeling of suffocation grew stronger and stronger. Yunruoyan began to cough dryly. "Haven't you heard others say that the Slaughtering King acts on a whim?" Liamo continued to squeeze Yunruoyan's neck. "Since I've spent so much effort to save you, I can kill you whenever I want." Yunruoyan's vision began to blur, and the bright moon on the horizon began to darken. "Am I going to die just like this? I can't accept this." Yunruoyan finally closed her eyes. But at this time, there was a violent shaking under the feet. The azure light sword seemed to have lost control and started to shake randomly. By then, Liamo's hand had lost its strength, and it slid off Yunruoyan's neck. Then, as if his entire body had lost its strength, he fell from the sword. Yun Ruoyan didn't know whether to rejoice or cry. Li Mo had actually fainted. Without Li Mo's command, the sword turned into a streak of green light and burrowed into Li Mo's body. But Yun Ruoyan was held tightly in Li Mo's arms as they plummeted. "Hey, wake up! We're going to fall to our deaths." Yun Ruoyan screamed, but Li Mo didn't react at all. There was no way they could survive a fall from such a height. Thankfully, there was someone to cushion their fall. The wind whistled past Yun Ruoyan's ears. She shut her eyes tightly, her arms subconsciously tightening around Li Mo's splash. Just as Yun Ruoyan thought she was doomed, the two of them fell into the water, creating a huge splash. Unprepared, Yun Ruoyan's mouth and nose were filled with water, and she couldn't stop coughing. Her hands and feet were bound by Li Mo, and she couldn't move at all. The two of them began to sink. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Yun Ruoyan understood her situation and quickly calmed down. She held her breath and used all her strength to pull away from Li Mo's hand. Just as Yun Ruoyan couldn't hold it in any longer, she finally pried Li Mo's hand away. Before pushing Li Mo away, Yun Ruoyan glanced back. At the bottom of the dark water, Li Mo's long silver hair spread out, and his silver-white robes billowed in the water. He looked like a sleeping silver dragon. The dull pain in her chest made Yun Ruoyan unable to stay any longer. She kicked her legs with all her might, and her body swam toward the surface. At the same time, Li Mo's body began to slowly sink toward the bottom. Finally out of the water, Yun Ruoyan took in large gulps of air to relieve the pain in her chest caused by holding her breath for so long. Her neck and throat were also stinging from Li Mo's grip. After a while, Yun Ruoyan looked at her surroundings. She was surrounded by a large lake, rippling with water. About 70 to 80 feet away, it was pitch black. That should be the shore. Yun Ruoyan spread her arms and began to swim toward the shore, but after a few strokes, she stopped. Li Mo's voice rang out in her mind. "Don't be afraid. I'm here, don't be afraid." In both of her lives, this was the first time someone had told her not to be afraid, when she was weak and helpless. With him around, she wouldn't have to be afraid. Reason told her that she couldn't save him, because Li Mo would likely kill her to keep her quiet. However, a voice in her heart kept telling her, "Hurry up and save him, or you'll regret it." Yun Ruoyan slapped the surface of the water hard, took a deep breath, and dove back into the water. Chapter 113. Yun Ruoyan dove back into the water. Visibility was poor in the water, and Yun Ruoyan didn't see any trace of Li Mo. She wanted to dive down to the bottom of the lake to search for Li Mo, but the robe she was wearing was too much of a hindrance. Anxious, Yun Ruoyan floated to the surface of the water and tore off the clothes she was wearing, leaving only her undergarments. Then, she took a deep breath and dove back into the water. This time, she dove all the way to the bottom of the lake. Finally, she saw a silvery figure in the water, and she swam toward it with all her might. Li Mo lay silently at the bottom of the lake. In a short time, a large school of strange fish had gathered around him. Yun Ruoyan couldn't see what those fish looked like, but they were all large and black, at least 3 times the size of a normal fish. Yun Ruoyan tried to get close to Li Mo, but the school of fish actually attacked her. Yun Ruoyan knew that there were man-eating fish lurking in the deep waters of the lake. Yun Ruoyan pulled out her dagger and swung it around to chase the fish away. After much effort, Yun Ruoyan grabbed Li Mo and swam toward the surface of the lake. Those fish weren't easy to deal with. Although they didn't attack Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo as a group, they surrounded them. One of the fish even suddenly attacked Yun Ruoyan, biting the dagger in her hand and trying to snatch it away from her. Yun Ruoyan was so angry that she lost all strength in her hands, and the dagger was snatched away by a large fish. Because of the strength in her hands, Yun Ruoyan's anger dissipated. She gulped down a mouthful of water, and her head began to feel dizzy. Just then, Liemo suddenly opened his eyes, his icy blue irises glowing like gemstones in the water. The large fish immediately retreated when they saw the icy blue light. Yun Ruoyan's head felt dizzy. With a burst of strength that she didn't know she had, she finally managed to drag Liemo out of the water. Yun Ruoyan rushed out of the lake, gasping for air as she hugged Liemo tightly and swam toward the shore. When they finally reached the shore, she used the last of her strength to drag Liemo ashore, then sat down on the shore, coughing and panting. Once again, Yun Ruoyan felt how pitiful it was to be a commoner without spiritual energy. After recovering some of her strength, she went to check on Liemo's condition. Looking at his peaceful face and even breathing, it was no different from sleeping. Once she was sure that Liemo was fine, she sat down on the shore once more. After resting for a while longer and gathering more energy, she climbed up and pulled Liemo higher up the shore. "You're really heavy." Every 2 steps, Yun Ruoyan had to catch her breath. After about 15 minutes, she finally managed to pull Liemo to a flat, dry, and secluded spot. Yun Ruoyan was hungry, tired, and drenched in sweat. Although it was a summer night, she still felt a chill in her heart. Yun Ruoyan forced herself to her feet and surveyed the terrain around her. She found that her surroundings were quite spacious, and there were no trees in sight. Without the forest, there would be no more spirits. Relieved, she hugged her knees and sat down beside Liemo. Exhaustion overwhelmed her, and her body tilted to one side. Finally, she collapsed onto Liemo's body and fell asleep. Su Bei led a squad of black-robed guards and began searching westward from the Yun Manor. Finally, they found Liemo and Yun Ruoyan at dawn. At the time, Liemo had just woken up, but Yun Ruoyan was in a deep sleep. She was only wearing a thin inner garment. After a night's sleep, Yun Ruoyan's entire body was cold, and Liemo sat up with her in his arms. A silver-robed Liemo was hugging a woman as they leaned against a slope. The morning sun shone down on them, gilding them with a layer of gold. This was the scene that Su Bei saw when he found Liemo. "Your Highness, I'm late." A squad of 7 or 8 black-robed guards stood far away, and Su Bei knelt in front of Liemo. "You're not late." Liemo's tone carried a hint of delight, one that was rare to see from His Highness. Su Bei couldn't help but raise his head to look at Liemo. Indeed, he was smiling. Su Bei didn't know what had happened to make Liemo so happy, but he guessed that it had something to do with the woman in Liemo's arms. "Your Highness, is this the second miss of the Yun family?" Su Bei asked. Liemo nodded. "Has she seen your Highness's true appearance?" Liemo nodded again. Su Bei hesitated, but he still asked. "According to past rules, anyone who has seen your Highness's true appearance has to be silenced. How should we deal with this second miss?" Liemo looked at the rising sun in the east. "As long as she doesn't abandon me, I won't kill her. I'll bring her back to the manor and take good care of her." After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Yun Ruoyan finally woke up, but she didn't want to open her eyes. The soft sensation beneath her was so comfortable that she didn't want to wake up. Just then, a pair of eyes appeared in her mind, a pair of icy blue eyes staring straight at her. Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes in shock, completely awake. The first thing she saw was a violet drapery, a soft bed, and the sound of birds chirping by her ear. It should be early in the morning. Yun Ruoyan surveyed her surroundings. She was in an unfamiliar room, but it was elegantly decorated. Just like her own bedchamber, it was divided into an inner and outer room. Yun Ruoyan was currently sleeping in the inner bedroom, and a small sitting room was separated by a beaded curtain. Where was this? Where was Liemo? Why was he here? Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel suspicious. She lifted her blanket and was about to get off the bed when she realized that she was only wearing her undergarments. Frowning, she wrapped herself tightly with the blanket again. "Liamo, are you there? Is anyone there?" Yun Ruoyan tried calling out. With a creak, the outer door opened, and an unfamiliar woman walked in. "Miss, you're awake." The woman called out to Yun Ruoyan, placing a neatly folded set of light green clothes and a similarly colored veil on Yun Ruoyan's bedside table. Yun Ruoyan could see that the woman was about 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure and a beautiful face. She wore a light blue dress without any makeup or jewels. She didn't look like a madam or a young mistress, but she didn't seem like a maid either. Seeing Yun Ruoyan's dazed expression, the woman smiled. "Miss, your clothes are all wet. I helped you change them." Yun Ruoyan's heart calmed down when she heard this. "Who's this sister? And where am I?" She didn't know where she was, but seeing that the woman was being polite, she behaved obediently. "This is the Slaughtering King's Manor," the woman replied. "My name is Li Luo, and I was sent by the Slaughtering King to take care of you, Mississippi, the Slaughtering King's Manor." Yun Ruoyan seemed to suddenly realize something. "Is this Li Mo's manor?" "Yes, miss, this is the Slaughtering King's Manor." Li Luo smiled. "These are the clothes that His Highness had me prepare for you. Please try them on and see if they fit." "Where's Li Mo?" Yun Ruoyan blurted out. "He seems to have suffered some serious injuries. Is he all right?" As Yun Ruoyan asked this question, she subconsciously touched her neck. Liamo had strangled her quite viciously, and she wasn't sure if he'd left any marks. "His Highness did suffer some serious internal injuries," Li Luo replied. "But he'll be fine after a period of seclusion." Knowing that Liamo was fine, Yun Ruoyan felt a strange sense of relief. Logically speaking, she should have hoped that something bad would happen to him, given how heavily he had injured her. However, not only had Yun Ruoyan chosen to save Liamo, but she had also subconsciously cared for him. Yun Ruoyan's explanation for her actions was, "After all, this fellow had helped me before. If he hadn't rushed over to save me, he wouldn't have ended up well in the hands of that demonic Daoist, so I decided to save his life and call it even. We don't owe each other anything." Yun Ruoyan put on the clothes that Li Luo had prepared for her and walked up to the crystal mirror. When she saw her appearance, she jumped in fright. Of course, her complexion was unsightly, but there was a visible scratch on the right side of her face that was no less frightening than a birthmark. Yun Ruoyan recalled that she had most likely scratched it herself. "His Highness asked me to give these to you, Mississippi." Li Luo placed a white porcelain bottle and a jade bottle on the dressing table. "Miss, the wound on your face isn't light, but as long as you apply these regularly, you'll be able to recover quickly." Yun Ruoyan picked up the white jade bottle and placed it under her nose to sniff. A familiar fragrance wafted into her nose. It was the fish oil snow lotus stamen nectar. Needless to say, that bottle was the deep-sea mud cream that cleansed the complexion and whitened the scars. Yun Ruoyan had already used up the previous 2 bottles, and if Li Luo hadn't brought this one out, she would have forgotten that she still owed Li Mo for giving her the cream. As a result, Yun Ruoyan felt much better about her rash decision to save Li Mo. As expected, there was indeed a red mark on Yun Ruoyan's neck. Fortunately, the clothes that Li Luo had prepared were collared and buttoned all the way up to her chin. After washing up, Li Luo told Yun Ruoyan that someone wanted to see her, so Yun Ruoyan followed Li Luo out of the room and into a garden. There was a pavilion in the garden, and a black-robed man was sitting in it. Li Luo bowed to Yun Ruoyan before leaving. Yun Ruoyan walked toward the pavilion. Hearing her footsteps, the black-robed man turned around. It was none other than the 3rd prince, Li Qianhan. Are you feeling better? Li Qianhan smiled at Yun Ruoyan. I'm lucky. Yun Ruoyan walked over and sat directly across from Li Qianhan. On the table were mung bean cakes, honeysuckle, and biscuits sandwiched with phoenix stamens. There was also a white porcelain bowl with a lid, but Yun Ruoyan didn't know what was in it. Yun Ruoyan didn't stand on ceremony. She dug into the cakes, biscuits without a care for her image. Your table manners are really... Li Qianhan shook his head with a smile as he scooped a bowl of white fungus soup for Yun Ruoyan. Eat slowly, don't choke. Yun Ruoyan took the bowl of soup and took a sip without even thanking him. The soup was neither hot nor cold, and it was sweet and refreshing. I guessed that you'd like to eat meat, but Uncle wouldn't let me prepare any for you, Li Qianhan continued. But I'm relieved to see you enjoying it so much. Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected Li Mo to be such a meticulous person, but she didn't believe that anyone would treat her unconditionally. Apart from food and clothing, did the slaughtering king have any other requests? Chapter 114. Li Qianhan nodded. He wants you to keep this a secret, or else, I don't like to spread other people's secrets, Yun Ruoyan interrupted him. Although she was still curious about Li Mo's true identity, and even had the urge to ask Li Qianhan about it, she chose not to. Whether Li Mo was human or not, whether he was the slaughtering king or the beast king, what did that have to do with Yun Ruoyan? She was just a little girl, and all she had to do was be herself and become stronger. What did others have to do with her? I hope you remember what you said today. If I ever find out that you've spoken of this secret to anyone, both you and that person will die. Li Qianhan's tone was very serious. Li Qianhan wasn't a serious person, and the fact that he was so serious was a clear indication of the severity of the situation. Before Li Qianhan could speak, Yun Ruoyan swore an oath in the name of the gods, and Li Qianhan nodded in satisfaction. Also, you saved him last night. Uncle said that he doesn't owe anyone favors, so he'll make you a promise. As long as it's within his power, he'll do his best to satisfy you. Don't ever turn him down. The slaughtering king's promises are very valuable. Li Qianhan had said this because Yun Ruoyan had once refused Li Mo's medicine, but that was because she didn't know Li Mo's identity and motives. Yun Ruoyan definitely wouldn't turn him down now, and there was something she needed his help with. I have a brother named Yun Ma Xiao. My only condition is that the slaughtering king ensure his safety for the next 3 years. All right, I'll pass on your request to Uncle, Li Qianhan said. After the meal, Li Qianhan personally sent Yun Ruoyan back to the Yun Manor. In a secret chamber in the slaughtering king's manor, Li Mo was sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed as he healed. Su Bei and Li Luo entered together. Su Bei reported, Your Highness, Miss Yun has already been sent home by the third master. Is she all right? Li Mo asked, his eyes still closed. Miss Yun's body is fine, but her mental energy has been affected by the poison. However, she's already taken the antidote, so she should be recovering soon. Li Mo nodded, and Su Bei and Li Luo left the room together. Master seems to treat this young lady very specially, Li Luo said casually. Su Bei turned to look at Li Luo, his voice as emotionless as ever. We only need to act according to your highness's wishes. There's no need to try to figure out your highness's intentions. Li Luo lowered her head and fell silent. At noon, Li Qianhan's carriage stopped in front of the Yun Manor. Second miss is back, second miss is back. When the servant at the door saw Yun Ruoyan disembark from the carriage, he yelled and ran toward the door, so enthusiastic that Yun Ruoyan was a little unaccustomed to it. Li Qianhan offered to send Yun Ruoyan into the manor, and she didn't refuse. Just as the two of them were about to enter the manor, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. From the sound of it, it seemed to be a group of a dozen or so horses. The horses galloped quickly, and in the time it took for Yun Ruoyan to turn her head, they had already reached the gates of the Yun Manor. Yun Ruoyan immediately spotted the youth on the flaming steed at the head of the pack. Yun Ruoyan recognized him immediately. He was dressed in dark red, flexible armor, and had a heroic air about him. He was none other than Yun Ruoyan's brother, Yun Maxiao, whom she hadn't seen in many years. "Brother!" Yun Ruoyan blurted out. Yun Maxiao didn't immediately recognize Yun Ruoyan, but the girl in front of him was dressed in a light green chiffon dress. Her jet black hair was combed into a simple bun, and she wore a veil that matched the color of her dress on the right side of her face. "Brother, it's me, Ruoyan." Yun Ruoyan had already turned and was walking toward the youth's horse. "You're Ruoyan." Yun Maxiao finally recognized Yun Ruoyan, and he dismounted and walked toward her. "Brother, you're finally back." "Ruoyan, I'm back." The two siblings stood facing each other, Yun Ruoyan crying tears of joy, and Yun Maxiao's eyes reddened. Yun Maxiao was even more muscular and mature than the last time Yun Ruoyan had seen him, but his facial features hadn't changed much. As a result, Yun Ruoyan was able to recognize him immediately. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, had changed significantly. Not only had she grown taller, but her entire demeanor had changed. Yun Maxiao's impression of his sister was that of a timid, melancholy girl, and even her smile seemed to carry a shadow. But the Yun Ruoyan in front of him was smiling brightly, as if she were a sunflower under the sun. "Ruoyan, you've changed. You've gotten prettier." Yun Maxiao reached out and smoothed out a strand of her hair that had been blown about by the wind. "Brother, you haven't changed at all. You're still as handsome as ever." Yun Ruoyan stood on her tiptoes and patted her brother's shoulder. The two siblings looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter, their laughter traveling far into the Yun Manor. "I won't disturb the two of you any longer," Li Qianhan said. He'd been afraid that Yun Ruoyan would be scolded upon returning to the manor, so he'd wanted to personally explain things to his brother. But now that Yun Maxiao was back, and with him protecting Yun Ruoyan, no one would dare bully her. Yun Maxiao had spent most of his time in the army, so he wasn't familiar with Li Qianhan. After Yun Ruoyan introduced him, Yun Maxiao hurriedly bowed to Li Qianhan. Li Qianhan was naturally carefree and unrestrained, and he didn't care much for formalities. After exchanging a few words with Yun Maxiao, he left. "First young master, second miss, please enter the manor." The housekeeper, old Wu, walked out of the manor and urged Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao. "The old madam and the master are waiting for you in the great hall." The siblings chatted as they walked toward the great hall. Yun Maxiao told Yun Ruoyan that he'd arrived at the Yun Manor last night. When he'd heard that Yun Ruoyan had been abducted to the west by a demon, he hadn't rested at all. "We chased them all the way to the Forest of Dead Souls this morning," Yun Maxiao began. "I guessed that you'd been abducted into the forest, and just as I was about to enter the forest to find you, a fire suddenly broke out. There was clearly no wind, but the fire was so intense that the entire forest was ablaze." When Yun Ruoyan heard her brother's words, she was immediately certain that Li Mo had sent someone to start the fire, and that the 100-odd beasts in the forest had all seen Li Mo in person, so they'd all been silenced. It seemed that Li Mo's words were true. All those who'd seen him in person had died, save for Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Knowing was one thing, but hearing it from Yun Maxiao's own ears was another. "Ruoyan, come and let grandmother take a look." The Yun matriarch's voice came from afar. Yun Ruoyan walked into the great hall and took the Yun matriarch's outstretched hand. "Grandmother, I'm fine. It was the slaughtering king who saved me." Yun Lan sighed in relief when she saw that Yun Ruoyan was safe and sound. do you know where the slaughtering king is right now? He saved your life, so we should pay him a visit to thank him. The slaughtering king suffered some minor injuries from his duel with that demon, and he's currently recuperating. It's not convenient for us to disturb him, Yunlan replied. Her gaze landed on Madaman, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu, who were seated by her side. When Madaman and the others saw that Yun Ruoyan had returned safely, their expressions were quite interesting. Now, they were doing their best to conceal the unease in their hearts. Yun Ruoyan looked straight at Madaman. Mother, why are you still sitting here? Yun Ruoyan's question was so sudden that everyone present was a little dazed, and none of them understood what she meant. Ruoyan, I'm glad you're all right. You've been gone for an entire day and night, and I've been worried sick. Madaman calmly replied, now that you're fine, I can finally relax. I'll be heading back to the Ruoyan Manor. Yun Ruoyan had to admire Madame Anne's ability to lie to her heart, but she just loved to expose her lies. Mother, Yun Ruoyan began. Have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten how I was abducted by that demon? Yun Ruoyan asked. Well. Madame Anne didn't know what to say. Sister Ruoyan, mother was also deceived by that Daoist, Yun Ruoyao explained. Mother was only concerned about the peace of the family, so please don't blame mother. Ha! Yun Ruoyan laughed out loud. Just by saying that she'd been tricked and that it was for the sake of the family's peace, he was able to wipe away all the shock she'd experienced over the past day and night. Surely it wasn't that easy. Father, I have something to ask you, mother, Yun Maxiao said before Yun Ruoyan could speak. Before Yun Lan could respond, Yun Maxiao turned to Madame Anne. Yesterday, I heard from my family that the demon who abducted Ruoyan was summoned by mother. Mother even accused Ruoyan of being a demon at grandmother's birthday banquet, but it's been proven that Ruoyan isn't a demon. Mother, shouldn't you take some responsibility for your own mistakes? Li Qianxiao was used to being in the army, and he was always straightforward with his words. Now that he had thrown this question at Madame Anne, it was up to her to see how she would respond. Mother, she... Yun Ruoyao wanted to continue defending Madame Anne, but Li Qianxiao snorted. I'm talking to mother. Who are you to interrupt? Yun Ruoyao was silenced by Li Qianxiao's words. Madame Anne hesitated for a long time before finally replying, it was indeed my mistake this time. Ruoyan, I'd like to apologize to you. Mother. Yun Ruoyan looked toward Madame Anne. You framed me like that. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? Grandmother. Yun Ruoyan turned to the Yun matriarch. I'm such a good person, but I was wrongly accused of being a vixen, and I was even injured by that demonic Daoist. Do you think that's enough for you to apologize? The Yun matriarch looked troubled. Although Madame Anne was at fault this time, she was still the matriarch of the household, and it wasn't appropriate for her to be punished so severely. She had already punished Yun Ruoyan for an entire night in the ancestral hall, but she hadn't expected Yun Ruoyan to suffer so much, and she wasn't about to let the matter rest so easily. Ruoyan, I've already punished your mother last night, Madame Anne continued. Madame Anne was still trying to gloss over this matter. You've been wandering around for an entire night, so you must be tired. Hurry back to your rooms and rest. Grandmother. Yun Ruoyan's tone suddenly turned serious. Everyone knows that mother didn't just make a mistake this time, because this has happened far too many times in the past. I've been holding back all this time, but all I've gotten in return is mother's pain. I don't want to hold back any longer. Grandmother, are you going to let mother harm me like before? Yun Ruoyan asked. Chapter 115. Yun Ruoyan's words were tantamount to openly declaring war on Madame Anne. In the past, Madame Anne and her cohorts had only used small tricks to harm Yun Ruoyan. At most, they would punish her and embarrass her, but their ultimate goal was to remove Yun Ruoyan from her position and replace her with Yun Ruoyao. However, as Yun Ruoyan grew stronger and stronger, Madame N and her cohorts grew more and more uneasy, and their schemes grew more and more vicious. From the poisoning of the pavilion in the middle of the lake to the collusion with the demonic cultivators, each of these schemes was more than enough to kill Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan had focused all her attention on her cultivation, and her attitude toward Madame N and the others had always been to deal with whatever came her way. However, there was still a flaw in her plan. If not for Li Mo's timely arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This danger couldn't be allowed to happen a second time, and Madame N and her cohorts couldn't afford to let it slide. "Grandmother, I know that you truly love me, and that's why I'm begging you to give me justice." Yun Ruoyan pressed on. "If I can't even get justice like this, then what's the point of me being a wife-born daughter?" The Yun matriarch and Yun Lan had never seen Yun Ruoyan so agitated, and they didn't know how to respond. They knew that Yun Ruoyan wasn't lying. After all, they had once been Madame Anne's accomplices. But what was justice? As long as she was useful enough to the family, she would receive justice. If she was worthless, she wasn't worthy of justice. Yun Ruoyan had been unworthy of justice in the past. Although she now had the capital to demand justice, Yun Lan and the Yun matriarch didn't like the idea of bringing up old scores. A small punishment was fine, but it couldn't hurt the harmony of the family. In Yun Lan and the Yun matriarch's hearts, the harmony of the family was the most important, even if it was only on the surface. Madame Anne's expression was ugly. Ever since Yun Ruoyan had been abducted, although Yun Lan hadn't scolded her, he hadn't been kind to her. Last night, the Yun matriarch had punished her by sending her to the ancestral hall for an entire night. There was no precedent in the Yun family for a grandmother to be punished like this. That night, Madame Anne passed the night in a state of extreme depression. Now, Yun Ruoyan was still pressing on, as if she wouldn't give up until she got justice. "Why? I'm supposed to be the Yun family's official daughter-in-law. Who does that Lin Yuemei think she is? Why should I obediently hand over the position of first madam to her? Madame Anne thought, she's finally dead, and I've reclaimed what was rightfully mine. But why does that ugly, useless daughter of hers still have the right to take my place?" Madame Anne's guilty conscience immediately turned into one of grievance. "Mother." Madame Anne choked out, "It said that it's hard to be a stepmother, but now I've seen it for myself. It was just a momentary lapse in judgment, but it was misunderstood as a premeditated murder." "Misunderstanding? Hee hee." Yun Ruoyan smiled coldly. 3 years ago, when I was severely injured at the family's training arena, Peony begged Mother to find a physician. Although Mother agreed that she could, she kept dragging it out. If it wasn't for Third Inyang taking care of me day and night, I'm afraid I would have died then. Madame Anne opened her mouth to defend herself, but Yun Ruoyan didn't give her a chance to continue. "And for the past 3 years, every single one of the sisters in the family has been given cloth and silver to make new clothes. But every time, what's left over from the rippling brothel is tattered cloth, and only half as much as the others. Is this also a lapse in judgment, Mother?" Yun Ruoyan looked at Madame Anne, waiting for her reply. "There are so many scions in the family, so it's only natural that the distribution is biased." Finally, Madame Anne had a chance to defend herself. "As a result, every time there's a distribution, I'll have the steward inform everyone that if they're dissatisfied with the distribution, they can come to the rippling brothel to find me at any time. The other scions will occasionally come to me to complain about the unfairness of their distribution, and I'll always make adjustments to the distribution. However, I've never seen the second miss come. Isn't it a little too far-fetched to bring this up now?" In the past, Yun Ruoyan had always been timid and afraid of trouble. Even if she had to suffer grievances, she wouldn't speak up. Madam had only dared to openly oppress her because she had grasped this personality of hers. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now, Yun Ruoyan continued. Last year, on the first day of the new year, I was supposed to pay my respects to grandmother, but I ran into Hongyu on the way. She told me that grandmother wasn't feeling well, and that I wouldn't be able to pay my respects. Instead, she told me to return to my cottage and wait for news. In the end, all the scions of the family went to pay their respects to grandmother, except for me. The Li kingdom placed great emphasis on filial piety, and Yun Lan had been furious that Yun Ruoyan didn't understand filial piety at all. Without giving Yun Ruoyan any chance to explain herself, he had punished her by sending her to the ancestral hall to kneel for 3 days. If Hongyu hadn't received orders from Madam, how would she have dared to lie to me? Yun Ruoyan demanded. Is that true? The Yun matriarch asked, her tone incredulous. She also remembered the day when all the scions of the capital had gathered at her cottage to pay their respects, but Yun Ruoyan had been the only one missing. The Yun matriarch had always felt that, although Yun Ruoyan was a timid and eccentric girl, she still knew basic etiquette. However, that incident had left her dissatisfied. What do you say? The Yun matriarch looked at Madam sternly. Madam Anne's expression changed as she suddenly called out, Hongyu. Hongyu, who was standing by Madam Anne's side, trembled as she bowed. Madam Anne, is what second miss said true? Did you lie to her? Madam Anne asked sternly. I. Hongyu stammered for a long time, unable to come up with an explanation. I what? Did I or didn't I? The Yun matriarch shouted. I didn't. Hongyu bowed and replied. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Hongyu and asked coldly, Hongyu, if you didn't, why are you stammering? Hongyu was Madam Anne's confidant, and she had done many shameful deeds under Madam Anne's command. As a result, her mental fortitude was far better than most servants. Other than at the beginning, when Madam Anne suddenly called out her name, she was able to conceal her nervousness quite well. Second miss, Hongyu bowed. Because so much time has passed, I was afraid that I wouldn't remember clearly, so I tried to recall. That day, Hongyu was ordered by Madam to help take stock of the gifts received during the spring festival in the small warehouse, preparing to put them into the big warehouse. She did not go anywhere else, nor did she see Second Mississippi. I'm sure you're mistaken, Second Mississippi. I did have Hongyu help Mama Zhang take stock of the gifts that day, Madam Anne replied. As for whether Hongyu went off to do other things, I don't know. If you don't believe me, you can call Mama Zhang over to confront her. Yun Ruoyan sneered inwardly. After turning a corner on the way to the small warehouse, Hongyu had purposely waited for her there, hoping to deceive her before heading to the warehouse. Mama Zhang was one of the Yun matriarch's most trusted subordinates, and with her as a witness, no one would be able to find any evidence against her. Madam Anne had truly gone to great lengths to deal with this pitiful daughter of hers. The Yun matriarch was about to call Mama Zhang over when Yun Ruoyan stopped her. Grandmother, there's no need. Madam Anne has already made preparations, and even if you call someone over, they won't be able to find out anything. Yun Ruoyan no longer addressed Madam Anne as her mother, but as her mistress. Similarly, Madam Anne no longer called Yun Ruoyan by her nickname, but rather by her second mistress. At this point, the relationship between the two of them had been completely ruined. Yun Ruoyan, you're going too far. Yun Ruoyao, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. You don't have any evidence, and you're trying to slander mother with just your mouth alone. Yun Ruoyao glanced at Yun Ruoyu, who was silent with her head lowered. She was a little confused. Usually, Yun Ruoyu would be the one to speak up, so why wasn't she speaking up today? Since things have gotten to this point, I'll have to settle the score with you today, sister. Yun Ruoyan turned to Yun Ruoyao. Even if you and Madam conspired against me time and time again, just the fact that you led Yun Ruoyu and Yi Qianying away when the saber-toothed tiger attacked me in the imperial territory, and that you led us into the snake's den in an attempt to kill us is more than enough to be banished from the Yun family. You're slandering me. Yun Ruoyao hadn't expected Yun Ruoyan to bring up the past. Don't even think about making up so many crimes against Mother and I. As long as you don't have any evidence, all of this is just empty talk. Today, in front of Grandmother and Father, I'd like to ask you why you're trying to slander us. Second, miss, if you're dissatisfied with me as the matriarch of the household, you can target me alone. There's no need to drag your sister into this. Madame Anne's tone was filled with disappointment and sadness. Ruoyan, I've really misjudged you. To think that you, Good second Inyang, good second younger sister. Yun Ma Xiao's heart was burning with anger as he listened to Yun Ruoyan's words. He clenched his fists tightly to suppress his anger and interrupted Madam Anne. I remember that Mother treated you well when you were young, but this is how you repay her. Yun Ma Xiao had always known that Yun Ruoyan was introverted and self-abased because of the birthmark on her face. Even though she was the sole wife-born daughter of Yun Ruoyan, she didn't dare to raise her head in public. However, he had never imagined that Yun Ruoyan would be bullied to such an extent at home. Yun Ma Xiao turned to the silent Yun Lan and asked in a low voice, Father, you forbade me from writing to my sister, saying that it would affect her cultivation, and that you take good care of her. Is this what you get for taking care of her? Yun Lan sat quietly in his seat, as still as a statue. Only when he heard Yun Ma Xiao's question did his eyes flicker. These are all Ruoyan's words. There's a misunderstanding between her and her mother, so her words can't be trusted. Yun Ma Xiao hadn't expected his father to say such a thing. Father, you don't believe Ruoyan, but I do. He looked at Yun Lan disappointedly. Since you can't protect my sister, then I'll protect her myself. Yun Ma Xiao took Yun Ruoyan's hand. I'm going to take Ruoyan to the army. Chapter 116. Yun Ma Xiao was a straightforward man, and he was a man of his word. As a result, both Yun Lan and the Yun matriarch paled at his words. What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Lan stood up from his seat. The army isn't a place for you to mess around. Yun Lan had kept his daughter from contacting Yun Ma Xiao precisely because he was worried that his brother would do something ridiculous to protect his sister. 4 years ago, Yun Ma Xiao had beaten Yun Mo Yuan to the point that he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. If Yun Mo Yuan were to find out what had happened to Yun Ruoyan all these years, he would surely cause a huge ruckus. I'm not messing around. I promised Mother that I'd take good care of Ruoyan after she left, but I've failed to do so all these years. Yun Ma Xiao stared straight at his father, not backing down in the slightest. His eyes were filled with both self-blame and reproach. When Lin Yuemei had passed away, he had already regained his memories. He could clearly remember how she had held onto his father's hand and told him to take good care of him and his sister. But 2 years after Lin Yuemei's death, he had been sent to the army, and Yun Ruoyan had been bullied in his absence. How could Yun Ma Xiao not be disappointed in his father? That's why I want to make up for what I've done to Ruoyan all these years, Yun Ma Xiao continued. Father, don't you feel guilty? Shouldn't you feel guilty and apologetic toward our Mother in heaven? Yun Ma Xiao directly rebuked his father. How dare you? Yun Lan slammed his palm on the table and pointed a finger at his father, but he was so angry that he couldn't speak. The Li kingdom valued filial piety, and Yun Ma Xiao's rebuke of his father was not only a violation of filial piety, but also a challenge to his father's authority as the head of the family. Young Master Yun, you're so impressive. Seeing that Yun Lan was enraged, Madam An said, Is this the etiquette you learned in the army to criticize your elders in public? If I have the chance, I'll have to ask General Huang about it. The General Huang that Madame spoke of was Yun Maxiao's immediate superior in the army, as well as his cultivation master. He was someone that Yun Maxiao deeply respected. Master, you taught me to distinguish right from wrong. You taught me to keep my promises. You taught me to protect my country. Yun Maxiao suddenly turned to look at Madame. I'd like to ask Madame this, as the matriarch of the Yin family, you're bullying a weak orphan girl, colluding with outsiders, and framing your own family. Is this the proper etiquette of the Yin family? Yun Maxiao's words were very harsh. Not only was he criticizing Madame, but he was also criticizing the entire Yin clan. You. Madame was at a loss for words. Yun Maxiao. Yun Ruoyao saw that her mother was so angry that her face had turned white. How dare you speak so rudely to me and to the Yin family? Don't forget that you're the eldest son of the Yin family. I don't need you to tell me who I am, but don't forget who you are. Yun Maxiao snorted, not even bothering to look at Yun Ruoyao. How dare a mere concubine's daughter address me by name? Is this the etiquette your mother taught you? Yun Maxiao glanced at Yun Lan, his eyes filled with obvious disappointment and disdain. Or has father already given you permission to replace Ruoyan in the future? What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Ruoyao hurriedly retorted. Are you suspecting father? Yun Lan had never experienced such an accusation before. His face, which had been as cold as ice for 1,000 years, finally changed. He suddenly stood up and shouted towards the outside of the hall, "Old Wu, Old Wu." Old Wu hurriedly ran in, but before he had a chance to ask, Yun Lan said, Go get the disciplinarian. Today, I'm going to discipline my good son. Father, please calm down. Yun Ruoyan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Brother, you must be exhausted from your long days of travel. As soon as you arrived home, you learned that I'd been kidnapped. He said some offensive words in a moment of desperation. Please forgive him, father. Ruoyan. Yun Maxiao interrupted Yun Ruoyan. You don't have to beg him. I didn't do anything wrong. He didn't take good care of you, he was the one at fault. As soon as Yun Maxiao said this, Yun Ruoyan anxiously tugged on his sleeve to stop him. Yun Lan's anger was unquenchable. He yelled at the bowing Old Wu, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Old Wu raised his head and saw that Yun Lan's face had turned from white to red. Only then did he nod and really turn around to get the disciplinarian. Enough! The Yun matriarch shouted. The Yun family's disciplinarian hasn't been used in decades, so how can it be used so easily? Old Wu, stand down. Old Wu looked up at the Yun matriarch one more time before leaving. Since when did our Yun family become like this? Accusing each other. The Yun matriarch slammed her walking stick against the floor. Everyone here will be punished with 200 copies of the disciplinarian's disciplinarian. Xiaolan, I'm tired. Help me back, the Yun matriarch called out to Xiaolan by her side. Xiaolan helped the Yun matriarch away. As they passed by Yun Ruoyan, the Yun matriarch stopped. Come with me to Yun Ruoyan's cottage. I have something to ask you. Yun Maxiao accompanied Yun Ruoyan into Yun Ruoyan's cottage. Yun Maxiao wanted to enter the cottage together, but Xiaolan stopped him outside. Xiaolan, don't stop me. Yun Maxiao urged. Young master, the old madam won't make things difficult for the second miss. Inside the cottage, the Yun matriarch lay on a soft couch, her yellow eyes staring at Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan's actions today had exceeded the Yun matriarch's expectations. In the past, Yun Ruoyan definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for Yun Maxiao when he returned home. Given Yun Ruoyan's personality, the Yun matriarch had only guessed that she would get angry, but she hadn't expected Yun Ruoyan to bring up the past. Yun Ruoyan knew Yun Maxiao's personality well enough to know that she was clearly trying to provoke him and worsen his relationship with his father. Based on the Yun matriarch's understanding of Yun Ruoyan, she wasn't such an insensible person, so what was Yun Ruoyan's intentions? The Yun matriarch didn't speak, and so did Yun Ruoyan. Ruoyan. After a while, the Yun matriarch finally spoke up. I know that you've suffered all these years, and your father and I want to make it up to you. However, your actions today have caused conflict between your father and brother. That's not something you want to see, is it? Yun Ruoyan's actions today seemed unwise, but she had her own selfish motives. However, she couldn't tell the Yun matriarch about them, because no one other than Yun Ruoyan would understand her actions. As a result, she thought of another reason. Ruoyan doesn't want to see conflict between my father and brother, but this time, the second madam truly wanted to kill me. If I continue to be lenient, there'll surely be a second time, and then a third time. This time, the slaughtering king saved me, but next time, I won't be so lucky. The Yun matriarch sighed. She was well aware of Madame Anne's dissatisfaction with the fact that she had relinquished her position as madam to that of a concubine. This was one of the reasons why the Yun matriarch had tolerated Madame Anne's actions so many times in the past. The Yun matriarch had once thought that, if Yun Ruoyan really wasn't up to the task, she would pass the position of wife-born daughter to Yun Ruoyao in order to appease Madame Anne's dissatisfaction. But now that Yun Ruoyan was fully capable of being the wife-born daughter of the Yun family, Madame Anne would be far too insensible if she still didn't know when to back down. Ruoyan, don't worry. I can guarantee that she won't do anything to harm you again, and this incident won't happen a second time. If you insist on pursuing this matter, it'll develop into a conflict between the Yun and An families. I'm sure you know that your father was the first to marry into the An family, but your mother, Lin Yuemei, ended up taking the position of madam. The An family is already quite dissatisfied with this. The Yun matriarch sighed. Because of this incident, neither your father nor I want to see a conflict arise between the two families. The Yun matriarch then told Yun Ruoyan a few more things about the Yun family and the prosperity of her career, and Yun Ruoyan cooperated. I understand what you mean, grandmother. I won't pursue this matter any further, and I'll advise brother not to pursue it. But if there's a next time, I hope that grandmother and father will be able to give me justice. Yun Ruoyan was determined that even if Madame Anne didn't cause any more trouble, she would still have to do something about it. Otherwise, she didn't know when she would be able to get justice. After speaking with Yun Ruoyan, the Yun matriarch called her brother into her room. Under their persuasion, Yun Maxiao finally suppressed his anger and agreed not to pursue the matter for the time being. Once they were out of Yun Ruoyan's cottage, he turned to Yun Ruoyan. Ruoyan, if you don't want to stay in the capital any longer, why don't you come with brother to the barracks on the outskirts? It's a vast place, and there aren't so many people and things to worry about. The barracks are filled with men. Why would I go? Yun Ruoyan smiled. Yun Maxiao immediately perked up. Master said that women aren't inferior to men in terms of cultivation, so why can't they join the army? The master that Yun Maxiao was referring to was the General Huang that Madame Anne had mentioned earlier. That's why the army is preparing to expand its female barracks. If you're willing, I'll make sure to make you a female general. Yun Ruoyan wanted to laugh, but when she saw Yun Maxiao's expectant face, she replied seriously, Brother, I've already obtained the qualifications to enter Kongming Academy, so I really can't follow you to the barracks. What? This was the first time Yun Maxiao had heard of this news, and he couldn't help but exclaim, You've obtained the qualifications to enter Kongming Academy. Although Yun Lan had kept the fact that Yun Ruoyan had been expelled from the family academy from Kongming Academy from Yun Maxiao knew that Yun Ruoyan's cultivation had deteriorated, and he had hoped that she would marry into a good family and spend the rest of her life in peace and prosperity. What surprised Yun Ma Xiao was that Yun Ruoyan had actually passed the imperial territory and obtained the qualifications to enter Kongming Academy, a place that even he had yearned for. Ruoyan, mother will be very happy to hear about this. Yun Ma Xiao looked at Yun Ruoyan, gratified. Yun Ruoyan's eyes slowly turned cloudy with sorrow. It was time to tell Yun Ma Xiao about Lin Yuamei's poisoning. Chapter 117. Brother, Yun Ruoyan murmured. Let's go to grandfather's manor right now. Grandfather and I have something to tell you. The Lins and the Yuns hadn't interacted with each other for many years. For the Yun matriarch's birthday celebration, they had only sent an invitation to the Lins as a show of courtesy, and the Lins had only sent a gift before hurriedly leaving. Lin Zainan had been in seclusion for the past few days, and Lin Qingchen had spent most of her time in her bamboo garden other than tending to her apothecary. Lin Qingxue had also locked herself up in her peach garden to do the homework that Lin Zainan had given her. As a result, although the news of Yun Ruoyan's abduction had spread like wildfire, none of the Lins had heard of it. It wasn't until this morning that Lin Bo heard the news while he was on his way to the market. He hurriedly went to look for Lin Qingxue, who then went to look for Lin Qingchen. Then, the two sisters went to the pill-making chambers together. Seeing that the doors and windows were tightly shut, and that Lin Zainan was still in seclusion, neither of them dared to disturb him. Just as the two of them were panicking, Lin Bo led Yun Ruoyan to the back of the courtyard. Mrs., look who's here. Lin Bo called out to Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue from afar. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue turned around to see Yun Ruoyan, as well as a tall youth behind her. Sister Ruoyan, are you all right? Without another word, Lin Qingxue rushed toward Yun Ruoyan and grabbed her hand. I heard from Uncle Lin that you'd been kidnapped by a sorcerer. My sister and I were so worried. We wanted to look for grandfather, but before he could come out of seclusion, you're here. Thank goodness. I'm fine now, sorry for making you worry. Yun Ruoyan saw that the worry on Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen's faces had turned into joy upon seeing her, and Lin Qingxue was on the verge of tears. It seemed that her two sisters had truly been worried about her. Yun Ruoyan felt both warm and apologetic. Is this, my cousin? Lin Qingchen looked at Yun Ma Xiao, who was standing beside Yun Ruoyan. Little sister, you still remember me? Yun Ma Xiao smiled, and the youth's determined face immediately became sunny and gentle. Of course I remember. Lin Qingxue's gaze also shifted from Yun Ruoyan to Yun Ma Xiao. She exclaimed exaggeratedly, wow, cousin Xiao has grown taller and more handsome. Yun Ma Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiastic cousin's praise. Lin Qingxue circled around Yun Ma Xiao and asked, cousin Xiao actually came empty-handed. I still can't forget the salty taste of the dried horse meat you brought last time. I've been waiting for you to bring it to me all these years. Don't tell me you didn't bring it. Yun Ma Xiao exclaimed. I came back in such a hurry that I forgot. I don't care. I want a gift. I've waited so long for you to come back. Lin Qingxue's smiling face immediately turned bitter. If there's no horse meat, then anything else is fine. In any case, I have to give you a gift. Lin Qingxue tugged at Yun Ma Xiao's sleeves and started acting coquettishly. Cousin, don't worry about her, Lin Qingchen said to Yun Ma Xiao. She's always messing around. Lin Qingxue was an easygoing person, and the more she liked someone, the more unruly she would be. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen were already used to her behavior. Although Yun Ma Xiao hadn't seen the Lin sisters in many years, he wasn't angered by Lin Qingxue's antics. Instead, he thought that she was quite cute. All right. Yun Ma Xiao agreed readily. If we have time, let's go out on the streets. Take whatever you like, just treat it as a gift from me. Really? Lin Qingshue's round face bloomed like a sunflower, and her even rounder eyes shone with a joyful light. Great, this is great! Lin Qingxue exclaimed. In a few days, it'll be the temple fair to usher in autumn, and the streets will be the busiest we've seen in months. Lin Qingchen smiled and sighed. Cousin, just ignore this girl's words. You must be tired, and you should rest well for a few days. Yun Ma Xiao smiled and said that he wasn't tired, and when Yun Ruoyan saw that her brother and sisters were all smiles, much of the anger that had built up in the Yun manor dissipated. Creak. Just then, the door to the apothecary opened, and a white-haired, white-bearded Lin Zainin walked out. Grandfather. Yun Ma Xiao's voice was choked with emotion. On the way here, Yun Ruoyan had told Yun Ma Xiao about how Lin Zainin had used his cultivation to refine the antidote for her. Even though Yun Ma Xiao couldn't recall Lin Zainin's appearance, he felt a strong sense of kinship when he saw Lin Zainin's white hair and beard. Xiao, Lin Zainin had been busy in the apothecary when he heard a boy's voice in the courtyard. His intuition told him that Yun Ma Xiao had returned, and he hurriedly opened the door. Although he had heard the Lin sisters and Yun Ruoyan's descriptions of Yun Ma Xiao, Lin Zainin's eyes still lit up when he saw Yun Ma Xiao in person. He was tall and muscular, dressed in a dark red armor, and his ink-black hair was tied up neatly with a metal crown of the same color. Although his facial features were quite similar to Yun Ruoyan's, his chiseled facial features accentuated his masculine aura, making him handsome and masculine. Xiao, Lin Zainin called out loudly. Yun Ma Xiao quickly walked forward and knelt down in front of Lin Zainin. Grandfather, I kowtow to you on behalf of my mother. Good child, get up. Lin Zainin hurriedly reached out to help Yun Ma Xiao up, but Yun Ma Xiao insisted on kowtowing 3 times before letting Lin Zainin help him up. Good child, truly a good child. Lin Zainin didn't know what to say when he saw Yun Ma Xiao's agitation. Lin Zainin had lost a daughter and 2 sons, and he only had 2 granddaughters, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen. Although Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao didn't share the same surname, they had the blood of the Lin family in their veins. In Lin Zainin's heart, they were just as important as the Lin sisters. Old Lin, old Lin. Lin Zainin called out as he laughed. Lin Bo ran in from outside. Have the kitchen prepare some meat, Lin Zainin instructed. Lin Zainin said to Uncle Lin, go to the cellar and bring me that bottle of 50-year-old wine. I want to have a good drink with my grandson tonight. Lin Zainin hadn't eaten meat for many years, and he'd even been drinking less in recent years. When Lin Bo heard that he wanted meat, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and rushed off to prepare. There's meat to eat. Lin Qingxue shouted excitedly. Neither Lin Zainin nor Lin Qingchen liked meat, so Lin Qingxue had to go out every day to get more. Today, she could finally eat meat in her own home. The 3 of them went to Lin Zainin's study to talk. Lin Zainin had carried Yun Mo Yuan when he was still a baby, and in the blink of an eye, Yun Ma Xiao had grown a head taller than him. The 2 of them sat together, chatting endlessly. Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and Yun Ruoyan sat by the side, listening to their conversation. Lin Zainin asked Yun Mo Yuan a lot about the army, and Lin Qingxue was most interested in this topic. Yun Ma Xiao didn't bother her at all, patiently answering her every question. When Lin Qingxue heard that the army was recruiting female soldiers, she excitedly expressed her desire to participate, but she couldn't because she'd already obtained the qualifications to enter Kongming Academy. Lin Qingxue's expression became conflicted, and she even considered giving up the qualifications to enter Kongming Academy to follow Yun Ma Xiao into the army. However, as soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Lin Qingchen and Lin Zainin stopped her sternly. Lin Qingxue sighed, causing everyone to laugh. As dusk approached, the Lin household was filled with laughter and cheers. In contrast, within the Yun household, the red lanterns used to celebrate the Yun matriarch's birthday were still swaying, but the atmosphere within the manor was cold. After the Yun matriarch left with Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao, Yun Lan said, "All of you, go back to your own rooms and reflect on your actions. Think about whether you still have the right to remain in the Yun household." With a flick of his sleeves, he left. What did he mean by that? Was he going to kick her out of the Yun household? Madame Anne's heart turned cold. Ever since she'd entered the family, no matter how much she tried to curry favor with him, Yun Lan had never paid any attention to her. Although Madame Anne had been dissatisfied with the arranged marriage when she was younger, the first time she saw Yun Lan, his handsome face and cold, independent aura had captured her heart. As a result, when Madame Anne learned that Yun Lan had fallen in love with another woman and was about to marry her, she resolutely decided to marry him. Madame Anne and Lin Yuemei entered the Yun household together. According to custom, the groom would spend the first night in the wife's room, and the second night in the concubine's room. However, Madame Anne had to wait for half a month before Yun Lan finally showed up. That day, Yun Lan had gotten drunk, and when he was with her, he had called out Lin Yuemei's name. Every word was like a poisonous needle stabbing into Madame Anne's heart. In the past, Madame Anne had only wanted to share some of Yun Lan's love, but she had discovered that Yun Lan only had eyes for Lin Yuemei. She couldn't accept this. She hated him. In the end, Madame Anne had slowly turned from an innocent young miss into a resentful housewife. After Lin Yuemei's death, Madame Anne had thought that her chance had come, but Yun Lan had taken in 3 more concubines. Each of these concubines bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuemei. Madame Anne's resentment only deepened. Why couldn't she win over Lin Yuemei when she was alive, and why couldn't she win over Lin Yuemei when she was dead? Lin Yuemei, you've won Master Yun's heart, so I can't win over you. But I refuse to believe that I can't even win over your daughter. The more Madame Anne thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but start coughing. "Mother, are you all right?" Yun Ruoya patted her back as she asked. "I'm fine. Let's go back to Madame Anne's quarters." Madame Anne stopped coughing. Although her tone was normal, when Yun Ruoya reached out to support her, she noticed that her entire body was trembling slightly. "Sister, mother," Yun Ruoyu called out. "Madame Qin has asked me to accompany her tonight, so I won't be going back to Madame Anne's quarters." Yun Ruoyao frowned at Yun Ruoyu. She had wanted to scold her, but Madame Anne waved a hand to stop her. "Why haven't I seen Qianying these past few days?" Madame Anne turned to Yun Ruoyao. "She's still preparing her wedding dress," Yun Ruoyao replied. "Sister Qianying's heart is still tied to young Master Pei, and she's been quite haggard these past few days." Madame Anne straightened her back, her lips curling into a cold smile. "Let's go visit her another day." Chapter 118. After dinner, Lin Zainin called Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao into his pill-making chambers. He took out a porcelain bottle and poured its contents onto a porcelain plate. The dark red liquid dripped onto the white plate, emitting a strange, fishy odor. "Grandfather, what's this?" Yun Ruoyan asked. Lin Zainin didn't immediately answer Yun Ruoyan's question. Instead, he took out a silver needle and dipped it into the liquid, instantly turning it black. "What poison is this? It's so strong!" Yun Ma Xiao exclaimed. Lin Zainin carefully pinched the needle between his fingers, and all 3 of them looked at it. More than half of the thin needle had already turned black. "This is the poisoned blood that was forced out of Ruoyan's body," Lin Zainin explained slowly. Yun Ma Xiao and Yun Ruoyan both froze. When they looked at the poisoned blood on the table again, they felt their blood boil. Yun Ma Xiao slammed his palm on the table. Who in the world would use such a vicious poison to harm Ruoyan? Brother. Yun Ruoyan turned to her brother, her expression solemn and sorrowful. There's something I want to tell you personally. You have to remain calm. Yun Ma Xiao frowned. Before coming to the Lin Manor, Yun Ruoyan had told him that she had something to tell him. On the way there, Yun Ruoyan had told him that she had been poisoned. Yun Ma Xiao thought that Yun Ruoyan was going to tell him that she had been poisoned, but from her expression, it seemed as if Lin Zainan was going to tell him something even more serious. Grandfather, tell me. Although Yun Ma Xiao was impulsive, he had grown up in the army, and he was able to remain calm when he needed to. Lin Zainan began. Your mother was poisoned to death. Although he had mentally prepared himself, and although he had told himself to remain calm no matter what he heard, Yun Ma Xiao still stood up abruptly, his hands clenched into fists. Grandfather, you're saying that mother was killed by someone? He asked. Your mother, my daughter, was poisoned to death, Lin Zainan repeated. Lin Zainan repeated, the poison in her body is the poison in this porcelain plate, which is also the poison in your sister's body. Yun Ma Xiao turned his gaze to Yun Ruoyan, who nodded and explained, when that man poisoned mother, she was already pregnant with me, so the poison passed from her to me. I was infected with a fetal poison. Not only is this poison vicious, it's also strange. Lin Zainan continued, the incubation period is very long. There are almost no signs in the early stages of poisoning, but once the poison breaks out, there is almost no cure. It's fortunate that Ruoyan was lucky enough to obtain an antidote in the imperial territory. Otherwise, if the poison in her body had erupted, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Zainan couldn't help but sigh. Yun Ma Xiao tried his best to suppress the blood in his chest. He clenched his fists and slammed them against the wall, causing the whole room to tremble. I will definitely find the person who poisoned me and tear him to pieces. Yun Ma Xiao's voice was filled with suppressed anger, hatred, and an intense killing intent. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Zainan could feel the spiritual energy emanating from Yun Ma Xiao's body. To their surprise, Yun Ma Xiao was already an 8th rank blade master. Lin Zainan looked at his granddaughter and grandson in front of him. One was 13, and the other was 18. One was a peak 7th rank blade master, and the other was an 8th rank blade master. Throughout the entire Li Kingdom, it would be difficult for these two siblings to find a worthy opponent among their peers. While Lin Zainan was pleased, he decided to tell the two of them about the clues he had just uncovered. I've been researching the origins of this poison. Lin Zainan turned around and took out a book from the wooden shelf behind him. Lin Zainan opened the book on the table, and Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao's eyes followed his movements to the book. The book was simple and heavy, its pages made of silk cloth. From its slightly darkened color, it was easy to tell how old it was. On the cover of the book were 5 golden words, records of the Qinyuan races. The Qinyuan continent wasn't originally made up of 4 empires, but of many different races. The Records of the Abyssal Races was a book that recorded the history of those ancient races. As Lin Zainan flipped through the pages, he began, by analyzing the properties of the poison and its scent, I determined that it wasn't native to the Li Kingdom. After reading through a large number of ancient books, I finally found the origin of this poison in this book. As Lin Zainan's voice trailed off, he stopped flipping through the pages and pointed at one of the pages. This is it. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao couldn't help but lean closer. The book was filled with all sorts of venomous insects and plants that Yun Ruoyan had never seen before, as well as some strangely dressed people. The text was a record of an ancient tribe. The text recorded that this tribe lived in the deep mountains and forests of the Yu Kingdom. The forests were filled with venomous insects and plants, and they used these insects and plants to create all sorts of poisons. In particular, there was a description of a mother-child poison that was very similar to the poison that Yun Ruoyan had been afflicted with. This poison has a latent nature, and how long it will remain dormant depends on the physical condition of the mother and child. If the mother is strong, the child will die first, and if the child is strong, the mother will die first. Lin Zainin read out the passage. If the mother was strong, the child would die first, and if the child was strong, the mother would die first. How much did the person who had poisoned Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ruoyan hate them? Whoever did this must have hated mother to the core, Yun Ruoyan murmured. Yun Ruoyan turned to Lin Zainin. Grandfather, I've always suspected that it was Madaman who poisoned mother. Yun Ma Xiao looked up at Yun Ruoyan. You're saying that Madaman poisoned mother? Yun Ruoyan shook her head. It's only a suspicion, but I don't have any proof. Although Madaman had the motive to harm Yuemei, it's unlikely that she was the culprit. Lin Zainin shook his head. Yuemei was poisoned while pregnant with Ruoyan, and Madaman was pregnant at the time. Moreover, Yun Lan was quite protective of Yuemei at the time, and Madaman was only a concubine. Given her abilities, it's almost impossible for her to poison Yuemei right under Yun Lan's nose. Yun Ruoyan also felt that if Madaman had poisoned Yuemei, Yun Lan's shrewdness wouldn't have allowed him to detect it all these years. If it wasn't Madaman, then who could it be? Yun Ma Xiao muttered to himself. For a moment, all three of them fell silent. Lin Yuemei hadn't made enemies with anyone, so if it wasn't Madaman, who else could it be? I think that if we want to find the culprit, we'll have to start with the poison, Yun Ruoyan said after a short silence. After a short silence, Yun Ruoyan said, this poison was produced by the shamans of the Yu Kingdom, so we should start our investigation with them. Lin Zainin sighed. I asked a friend in the Yu Kingdom to investigate this tribe, but the only news I received was that they disappeared many years ago. Disappeared? Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao exclaimed in unison. In fact, this was where Lin Zainin's investigation had ended. The three of them fell silent once more. Yun Ruoyan flipped through the records of the Qinyuan tribes, and she suddenly came across a paragraph that described the ancient shamanic tribe. Due to differences in their beliefs, there had been several splits, and a portion of the tribe had left the tribe. Grandfather, it's very likely that these splits of shamanic tribe also possess a secret recipe for poison, Yun Ruoyan guessed. Yun Ruoyan guessed, could the poison that my mother was poisoned have come from the descendants of the shaman tribe? Very likely. Lin Zainin thought for a moment, then pointed at the paragraph and read, some of the shamanic tribe believed in the Buddha of the 9 heavens and begged for immortality. Others believed in the Buddha of reincarnation and begged for an afterlife. These two beliefs couldn't be reconciled, and in the end, the shamanic tribe split. Yun Ruoyan flipped to another page and continued, those who believed in the Buddha of reincarnation moved out of their ancestral home and scattered across the Qinyuan continent, living a nomadic life. According to the book, it's very likely that this shamanic tribe existed in the Li Kingdom. Yun Ma Xiao asked. It's not just possible, Yun Ruoyan replied. Yun Ruoyan continued, of course they are. Mother's poison must have come from one of them, so finding them now is the key to finding the culprit. But the Li Kingdom is so vast, and finding them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Yun Ruoyan sighed. Yun Ma Xiao's gaze was resolute as he said, even if I have to drain the ocean dry, I will find them. Look here. Lin Zainin pointed at a painting. The two of them looked at the painting. It was a portrait of Guanyin and a Buddha sitting back to back, and the accompanying text below described it as a portrait of the Buddha of reincarnation. Grandfather, why are there two people in this portrait? Yun Ruoyan asked. Lin Zainin continued reading the text. The Buddha of reincarnation is actually two people, Guanyin is worshipped in this life, and the Buddha is worshipped in the next. Worshippers worship Guanyin in this life during the day, and the Buddha at night. Only by burning incense day and night can one reach perfection. Grandfather. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly asked, "You're saying that these shamanic descendants need to worship their god day and night, but how do they survive?" Lin Zainin didn't answer Yun Ruoyan's question. Instead, he asked, "Ruoyan, have you thought of something?" "Ruoyan, if you've thought of something, just say it. Don't keep us guessing." Yun Ruoyan said, "I'm guessing that these descendants of the sorcerer tribe are hiding in the temples. Only in the temples can their reincarnation Buddhas be worshipped the most." Both Lin Zainin and Yun Maxiao's eyes lit up. In order to ensure that their god would receive more worship, not only could they hide in a temple, but they could even build a temple for themselves. Chapter 119. That's why we can start with the temple, Yun Ruoyan said what the three of them were thinking. Finally, having figured out a direction for their investigation, the three of them relaxed a little. "I'll start investigating the temple in the city tomorrow," Yun Maxiao said. "Let's go together," Yun Ruoyan added. Kongming Academy will be starting classes soon, and Ruoyan needs to focus on her cultivation. You only have 10 days of vacation, so rest well during this time," Lin Zainin said. "I'll leave the investigation to Uncle Lin." Uncle Lin had traveled extensively with Lin Zainin when he was young, and the three of them were confident in his abilities. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao both agreed to Lin Zainin's arrangements. "Ruoyan, give me your hand," Lin Zainin called out to Yun Ruoyan. From the first moment he saw Yun Ruoyan, he could tell that her complexion wasn't the same as usual, and her breathing seemed a little labored. However, she seemed to be in good spirits, and it didn't seem like anything serious had happened to her. Lin Zainin knew that Yun Ruoyan must have encountered something, and he was waiting for her to tell him herself. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of telling him, and he had no choice but to ask. Yun Ruoyan obediently handed her hand to Lin Zainin, who took her pulse. As expected, her blood flow wasn't smooth, and the spiritual energy within her body seemed to be almost non-existent. "Ruoyan, who poisoned you this time?" Lin Zainin frowned. Yun Maxiao hadn't noticed anything wrong with Yun Ruoyan, not because he was careless, but because the Yun Ruoyan in his memories had been in a worse state than she was now. Now that he heard Lin Zainin's words, he asked anxiously, "Was it that demon, or was it Madaman?" Yun Ruoyan shook her head, then told the two of them about Rong Yuehong's condition. "The poison you've been afflicted with is known as the blood-devouring parasite. It enters your body through your bloodstream, and it's incredibly painful. In less than a joss stick's worth of time, you'll die from the pain." Lin Zainin took Yun Ruoyan's pulse as he commented, "This Miss Rong really knows how vicious the Rong family is." Yun Ruoyan snorted. "She poisoned me in an attempt to kill me, but I angered her to death first, so we're even. It's just that Imperial Uncle Rong is not a good person. I don't know what other methods he will use to deal with me." Yun Ruoyan looked at her brother and saw that his face was dark and worried. She comforted him, "Brother, you don't have to worry too much about me. I've lived through all these years, and now that I've grown up, it won't be as easy to harm me as it used to be." Yun Maxia pursed his lips, not knowing what to say, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Lin Zainin continued, "Fortunately, you ate an antidote in time. Although there's still some poison in your body, it'll slowly be expelled from your body, so there won't be any major problems." The only reason Yun Ruoyan hadn't told Lin Zainin about her poisoning was because she discovered that her spiritual and mental energy were slowly recovering, and she didn't want anyone to worry. Hearing Lin Zainin's words, the worry on Yun Maxiao's face lessened, and his gaze toward Yun Ruoyan became even more pitiful. In the 2 short days since he'd returned, his sister had suffered so much. He didn't dare to imagine what she'd experienced in the years he'd been gone. Yun Maxiao gently placed his hand on Yun Ruoyan's slender shoulder, his gaze landing on the veil covering the right side of her face. There was a swollen line of blood hidden under the veil. Sensing Yun Ma Xiao's gaze, Yun Ruoyan turned around and smiled at him. That smile was so light, so gentle, and so strong, as if none of the things that had happened to her had truly hurt her. Yun Ma Xiao, on the other hand, felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. As the sky gradually darkened, Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao returned to the Yun Manor at nightfall. When Yun Ma Xiao sent Yun Ruoyan back to her cottage, Peony, Xilan, and Ling Lan all cried tears of joy. "Miss, you really scared us to death." Xilan wiped away her tears as she spoke, while Peony looked Yun Ruoyan up and down. Seeing that she wasn't injured, she finally relaxed. Ling Lan stood by the side. Although she didn't come over, her eyes were also red. Yun Ruoyan waved at Ling Lan, and Ling Lan hurried over. "Did Madam make things difficult for you that day when you, Peony, and Xilan were shouting down there together?" That day, Yun Ruoyan had been held in midair by the Daoist priest. Although her head had been splitting, she hadn't fainted. Now that she thought about it, she could recall many of the scenes and sounds. That day, the three servants had been shouting that Miss had been framed by Madaman, and Ling Lan's voice had been the loudest. As a result, Yun Ruoyan was worried that Madaman would suspect her and make things difficult for her. "No, I didn't." Ling Lan hurriedly waved her hands. She was very touched by Yun Ruoyan's concern. "Miss, don't worry about me. Madaman hasn't been having a good time these past 2 days, and she hasn't been paying much attention to me. However, if she asks, I'll tell her that I'm just putting on an act." Although Ling Lan gave off the impression that she was timid, she was actually quite quick-witted. She was grateful to Yun Ruoyan, and she did her best. At first, Yun Ruoyan had only wanted to make use of her, but now, she was starting to like her. "I'm a little relieved that Ruoyan has you 3 good servants to take care of her," Yun Ma Xiao suddenly spoke up. Only then did the 3 servants realize that a young master had entered the room with Yun Ruoyan, and they all turned to look at Yun Ma Xiao. "Young master, when did you return?" Peony asked happily before bowing. "Peony greets you, young master. Don't stand on ceremony." Yun Ma Xiao reached out to help Peony up. Peony was about the same age as Yun Ma Xiao, and they were more familiar with each other. Xilan was younger, and she had been a laborer in the past, so she hadn't had many opportunities to meet Yun Ma Xiao. As a result, she didn't have a deep impression of him, and Ling Lan was a complete stranger to Yun Ma Xiao. "This is my eldest brother, the first young master of the Yun family." Xilan and Ling Lan came back to their senses and immediately bowed to Yun Ma Xiao. Yun Ma Xiao knew that these girls were very loyal to his sister, so he became closer to them and personally helped them up. Yun Ma Xiao was tall and handsome, and his smile was as bright as the sun. The 2 servants only glanced at him once before lowering their heads, blushing. After exchanging a few words with Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ma Xiao left her cottage and headed back to his own quarters. His quarters were a little further from his own, but closer to Yun Lan's own quarters. On his way, he passed by the drifting gardens, where Yun Ma Xiao's 10 or so personal guards were stationed, and he was prepared to take a look. Yun Ma Xiao hadn't walked far when he discovered a suspicious figure hiding in the bushes by the side of the road. "Who's there? Come out!" Yun Ma Xiao shouted at the figure, who hurriedly scuttled deeper into the bushes. Yun Ma Xiao hurriedly chased after him, but he lost track of the figure as soon as he passed through the bushes. This was one of the more secluded areas of the Yun Manor, and the only residence nearby was Yun Ruoyan's quarters. Yun Ma Xiao didn't even need to think to know that the suspicious figure was heading straight for Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ma Xiao looked around and found that he was standing in an unfamiliar place. Although he had been born in the Yun Manor, he hadn't lived there for very long. When he had some recollection, he had spent most of his time at his master's, General Huang's, cultivating with him. When he was a little older, he had followed General Huang into the army, so he was unfamiliar with many parts of the Yun manor. Yun Maxiao walked a few steps and saw that there were flowers and trees all around him, as well as fake mountains. This was the location of a formation. Yun Maxiao had learned from General Huang not only how to cultivate, but also how to set up formations. Although the formation before him was rather mysterious, it wasn't a problem for him. This formation was meant to cause people to lose their way, not harm them. Those who didn't understand formations would simply circle around the manor, but because Yun Maxiao knew how to break through them, he was able to enter the heart of the formation. Yun Maxiao walked past 2 bushes, 3 fake mountains, and finally saw a small lake. In the center of the lake was a small house. As Yun Maxiao walked toward the house, the memories in his mind became clearer and clearer. The lake, the marble bridge, and the red sandalwood house, all of them became clearer and clearer in his mind. The moonstones embedded in the carved railings and jade-paved paths on the lake were all lit up at this moment. The faint light illuminated everything, making it seem so unreal. Yun Maxiao walked up the path until he reached the house. He looked up at the signboard above the house, upon which there were 3 elegant words. Fanghua Gardens. Yun Maxiao enunciated each word carefully. This was where Lin Yuemei had once lived, and where Yun Maxiao had lived as a child. Although he hadn't lived there for long, it was an unforgettable memory for him. His beautiful mother loved to dance at night, bathed in the moonstone's faint light, in front of this beautiful house. It was as if her beautiful figure were right in front of him. Mother! Yun Maxiao called out, 2 streams of tears flowing from the eyes of a youth who had been tempered in the army since he was a child. Shao, a familiar voice called out from behind Yun Maxiao. Yun Maxiao turned around and saw Yun Lan standing not too far behind him. Shao, what are you doing here? Yun Lan walked up to his son and asked. Father. Yun Maxiao cupped his fists and bowed. Yun Lan nodded and gestured for him to rise. Although Yun Maxiao had said quite a few things to his father in a fit of anger, he wasn't someone who didn't know proper etiquette or respect filial piety. I was sending my sister back to her cottage when I ran into a suspicious figure on the way back. I chased after him and accidentally stumbled into this house, Yun Maxiao replied. Suspicious figure. Yun Lan frowned. Did you see what he looked like? Yun Maxiao shook his head. He was more familiar with the terrain than I was, so he managed to escape. This place is closest to my cottage, so I don't know if he'll do anything to harm Ruoyan. I hope father can investigate this matter thoroughly. Yun Lan nodded and walked up the stairs to the small building. He asked, do you still remember this place? Yes, mother loves to dance where you're standing right now, Yun Maxiao replied. I'm afraid Ruoyan has no recollection of it at all. When Yun Lan heard his brother mention Yun Ruoyan, he sighed. Your sister doesn't resemble your mother at all. In fact, you're at least 70% more like her. Yun Ruoyan had looked much prettier after wearing her veil, but the day she had been poisoned by Rong Yuehong and half of her face had been swollen and frightening. Those who didn't know the truth couldn't help but exaggerate her reputation as the ugly daughter of the Yun family. Naturally, Yun Lan didn't know the truth either. His impression of Yun Ruoyan was that not only was she ugly, but that her personality was also unruly. She bore no resemblance to his late, beautiful wife. Chapter 120. Yun Ruoyan took off her veil and showed it to her brother. The birthmark on her right cheek had completely disappeared, as the poison in her body had been purged. Although her face was still red and swollen from the new scar, Yun Maxiao could still see Lin Yuemei's shadow on her face. He believed that once Yun Ruoyan's wound was completely healed, she would be a beauty no less beautiful than his mother. Yun Maxiao could hear Yun Lan's dissatisfaction with Yun Ruoyan, and he almost blurted out the truth. However, when he recalled what Yun Ruoyan had told him, he swallowed his words. Yun Ruoyan had told him that although many people didn't like her because of her ugly appearance, she would be able to focus on her cultivation if they didn't disturb her. Compared to using her beautiful appearance, she was more willing to use her cultivation and strength to prop up the title of the Yun family's first daughter. One day, when she was strong enough to control her own fate, she would reveal her true appearance. Yun Ruoyan's tone was nonchalant as she spoke, but the determination in her eyes was one that Yun Maxiao was familiar with. It was the kind of determination that could only be honed through countless trials and tribulations. When Yun Maxiao remained silent, Yun Lan began, "I know you dote on Yen, but you have to remember that you're the sole heir of the Yun family. You should prioritize the interests of the entire family." Yun Maxiao remained silent. Yun Lan continued, "When General Huang chose you as his disciple, although Yuamei's heart ached for you, she still agreed to send you away. She had high hopes for you, and I hope that you won't disappoint your mother. I've always known of my mother's hopes for me, and I've never forgotten my promise to her. It's getting late, and I'm going to rest." Before Yun Lan could respond, Yun Maxiao turned and left. As he stepped onto the lake shore, he turned back to look at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Yun Lan was still standing with his hands behind his back, where Lin Yuemei had once danced. 4 years ago, when Yun Maxiao had returned to the Yun Manor, the Fong residence had already been torn down. He had angrily sought out Yun Lan, only to be told that it was the Yun matriarch's idea. Unexpectedly, Yun Lan had moved the Fong residence to such a secluded location. But as he looked at Yun Lan's back, Yun Maxiao couldn't help but wonder if Yun Lan was reminiscing about Lin Yuemei or her beautiful face. If Lin Yuemei hadn't died at the height of her beauty, but had lived until she was old and beautiful, would his father still miss her so much? Yun Maxiao was unsure. After leaving Fragrant Magnificence Garden, Yun Maxiao went to Drifting Garden. Seeing that everyone was already resting, he did not disturb them and went straight to Billowing Garden. The Billowing Garden was second only to Yun Lanzilan Garden in the residence of Yun, but it was deserted because it had been vacant for a long time. The new maids assigned to him in the Fu were all unfamiliar faces. Yun Maxiao waved his hand to dismiss them and went straight to his bedroom. Yun Maxiao tossed and turned on his bed, unable to fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he would hear Yun Ruoyan's accusations against Madame Anne's excuses, and Yun Lan's cold voice. "Shao, take good care of your sister." This was the last thing Lin Yuemei said to Yun Maxiao before he was forcibly taken away from Fragrant Magnificence Garden. The next time he saw Lin Yuemei, she was a cold gravestone. "I've worked hard in the army to protect my family and my country, but I can't even protect my only sister. If I can't fulfill mother's last wish, what kind of man am I?" Yun Maxiao began to struggle internally. "There are still tens of thousands of good men in the country, but I'm mother's only son, and I'm Ruoyan's only brother. If I were to abandon Ruoyan and return to the army, how could I possibly be at ease? I'd be even more unfilial if I couldn't find the person who killed my mother myself. But Master has taught me for so many years, and he even promoted me to the position of vice general. How could I disappoint him?" Sigh. Yun Maxiao's heart was in turmoil, and he was sure to have a sleepless night. Within Yun Ruoyan's cottage, Peony and Shilan were preparing water for Yun Ruoyan's bath. "Miss, when will young master be returning to the army?" Peony asked. Shilan's hands paused, and she immediately pricked up her ears for Yun Ruoyan's reply. As she combed her hair, Yun Ruoyan replied, "The army only gave him 10 days of leave, and it'll take him 5 days to travel back and forth. 2 days have already passed. If he's going to return, he'll only have 3 days left. If he's going to return." The usually carefree Shilan seemed to catch the underlying meaning in Yun Ruoyan's words. Miss, are you saying that young master might not return to the army? Peony paused for a moment, then reacted. Miss, is it possible that young master won't return to the army this time? Yun Ruoyan stopped cutting her hair and looked at the two maidservants, who were waiting for her reply. You two are getting weirder and weirder. When did I ever say something like that? Yun Ruoyan smiled. Miss, you clearly did just now. Shilon hurriedly interjected. Miss, if you're saying that he'll return, then doesn't that mean that he might not return? Shilon, you've even learned to read Mrs. words. Yun Ruoyan didn't intend to elaborate further. Stop guessing, Mississippi. I'm going to take a bath. After dismissing Peony and Shilon, Yun Ruoyan lay in the bathtub, applying the ointment that Liemo had given her. I wonder what brother will choose, Yun Ruoyan thought to herself. That day, she had purposely brought up all those old grudges in front of Yun Maxiao in order to make him feel guilty. She had also had Lin Zainan tell him about Lin Yuamei's poisoning, in order to further burden Yun Maxiao's heart. Yun Ruoyan's goal was to keep Yun Maxiao not by force, but by his own will. Yun Ruoyan wanted her brother to stay, not because she needed his protection, but because she wanted to protect her only brother. In her previous life, Yun Maxiao's death was less than a month away, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't bear to see such a tragedy repeat itself. It would be best if Yun Maxiao chose to stay, but if he chose to leave, Yun Ruoyan would think of other ways to prevent him from returning to the army no matter what. Brother, I won't let anything happen to you, Yun Ruoyan murmured. At dawn, Yun Maxiao, who had been tossing and turning all night, suddenly sat up on his bed and walked out of his room to the railing. His room was on the second floor, and he could see more than half of the Yun Manor from the railing. His rooms, however, were blocked by many other buildings. The sun had just risen, and the entire manor was slowly dyed gold by its rays. His rooms were the last place to bask in the sun's rays. Yun Maxiao finally made his decision. He walked back to his desk, picked up a brush, and began writing. Master, reading words is like seeing a person. When I returned home, I found that my sister was being bullied and neglected, and that my mother had died a violent death. Thinking about the kindness of my mother when she was still alive, and how she asked me to take good care of my younger sister before she passed away, I felt extremely guilty. After tossing and turning in bed for a night, I decided to stay in the capital and find out who killed my mother to compensate my younger sister. Once I'd accomplished these two tasks, I would return to the army camp and beg for forgiveness. Dear disciple Yun Maxiao. After writing, Yun Maxiao put down the brush and picked up the paper to dry. Then, he folded the paper into a tiny cylinder and held it in his hand. Yun Maxiao put on his clothes and walked out of the room again. He walked to the railing and whistled loudly in the direction of the rising sun. The whistle traveled far into the distance. Not long after, a large bird flew over from the direction of the rising sun, letting out the cry of an eagle. The speed of the bird was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. It was a golden-haired bald eagle. Yun Maxiao stretched out his left arm, which was covered in a gauntlet. The vulture retracted its wings and landed on Yun Maxiao's arm. Brother, I'll have to trouble you this time. Yun Maxiao said to the bald eagle, then stuffed the scroll into an empty cylindrical container in the eagle's claws. Return to the barracks and hand the letter to General Huang. Yun Maxiao patted the bald general's bald head, then waved his hand in the air. The bald eagle used the momentum to leap off, spread its wings, and glided away. The bald eagle flew higher and higher, circled twice in the air, and let out a cry in response to Yun Maxiao's words. Then, it galloped off into the distance. As Yun Maxiao watched the bald eagle fly further and further away, he felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He stretched lazily, yawned loudly, and returned to his room to catch up on his sleep. Mistress, mistress. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to wake up, Chiuchiu's voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Chirp, chirp, Yun Ruoyan immediately responded in her mind. Oh, you finally heard my voice. Chiuchiu let out a long breath. I've been worried sick these past 2 days. My mental energy was damaged, and I can't communicate with you, Yun Ruoyan explained. But it looks like I've mostly recovered. Thankfully, it was a close shave. Although Chiuchiu couldn't communicate with Yun Ruoyan, it could sense that Yun Ruoyan wasn't in any danger. That's right. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. I never would have thought that Rong Yuehong would hide poison in her fingernails to harm me. Thankfully, I'm lucky. Although she had encountered many difficulties since her rebirth, her life had generally been relatively smooth. If she had died at the hands of Rong Yuehong, she would have died in despair. Once my spiritual energy and mental energy have fully recovered, I'll first have to learn how to refine antidotes, Yun Ruoyan began. The poisons on the Qinyuan continent are too vicious and difficult to guard against. I'll have to carry all sorts of antidotes with me, just in case. Antidotes aren't easy to refine, Chiuchiu replied. In order to refine antidotes, one must first know how to refine poisons. The first thing Yun Ruoyan thought of was the book in Chiuchiu's possession. So, Chiuchiu. Yun Ruoyan smiled obsequiously. Have you decided to teach me how to refine poisons? I do, Chiuchiu replied. But your current pillmaster rank isn't high enough. Only when you're a 5th rank pillmaster will you be able to refine poisons from the book. You can't compromise on that. Yun Ruoyan's obsequious smile immediately turned into a disappointed sigh. Chiuchiu continued, just because you can't refine poisons from the book doesn't mean that you can't refine other poisons, mistress. I can first teach you how to refine some simple poisons to protect yourself. Chapter 121. That's great. Yun Ruoyan was delighted that Chiuchiu was willing to teach her how to concoct poison. I'm always being poisoned by others. Once I learn how to concoct poison, I'll be able to poison others. However, Chiuchiu wasn't sure if its decision was the right one. Yun Ruoyan hadn't even learned how to concoct pills, and it was worried that teaching her how to concoct poison would lead her astray. However, staying alive was the most important thing. Regardless of whether she was led astray or not, poisoning others was always better than being poisoned by others. I have a question, Yun Ruoyan began. Why do I have to learn how to concoct poison in order to concoct an antidote? Because to concoct an antidote for every poison, one has to have a deep understanding of the poison's ingredients and the concoction process, Chiuchiu explained. In some cases, one has to place the ingredients in the correct order during the concoction process. Those who know how to concoct poison might not necessarily know how to concoct antidotes, but those who know how to concoct antidotes are bound to know how to concoct poison. But there are exceptions, Chiuchiu added after a moment's thought. What exceptions? Yun Ruoyan asked. Saint-grade antidotes, Chiuchiu explained. For example, the phoenix jewel you obtained from the imperial territory, and the high-grade antidote that the slaughtering king gave you. Such antidotes are capable of curing almost 100 poisons. It's just that this kind of saint-grade detoxification spirit medicine is too rare and hard to obtain. Although Yun Ruoyan's spiritual and mental energy had mostly recovered, she couldn't overuse them until she was fully recovered. As a result, Chiuchiu wasn't in a hurry to have Yun Ruoyan concoct poison. Yun Ruoyan spent the entire day in her quarters meditating. Yun Maxiao hadn't come looking for her, but she wasn't in a hurry to find him. She guessed that Yun Maxiao must be having a mental battle. She guessed that Yun Maxiao had been fighting with himself since last night, and this battle would last for 2 to 3 days. To her surprise, Yun Maxiao had made his decision after only one night, and was currently sleeping soundly in her quarters. Another 2 days passed, during which Yun Ruoyan cultivated in her quarters. At night, Yun Ruoyan's spiritual vortex was finally filled with spiritual energy, and her mental energy had fully recovered. Chiu, that's great. Tomorrow, I'll be able to continue my pill-making training, Yun Ruoyan murmured to Chiu. Puzzled, Yun Ruoyan called out in her mind, Chiu, why aren't you talking? Mistress, have you sensed an unfamiliar aura around your residence these past 2 days? Chiu suddenly asked. A few days ago, her mental strength had been lacking, and she had been so focused on cultivating that she hadn't really noticed. Hearing Chiu's words, Yun Ruoyan immediately became alert. She raised her mental energy to its peak, trying to sense her surroundings. Indeed, Yun Ruoyan could sense a faint aura, but it was still quite a distance away from her rooms. It must have been one of the servants who happened to pass by. Yun Ruoyan could sense that the person's aura was faint and didn't seem to be an expert. I thought so too at first. Chiu said, but this aura has been lingering around the area for the past few days. Master should be careful. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day was the last day of Yun Maxiao's vacation. If Yun Maxiao was prepared to return to the barracks, he would depart the next day. After Peony helped Yun Ruoyan wash up, Shilan brought her breakfast. Mistress, there's your favorite bird's nest soup today. Shilan's face was full of joy. Yun Ruoyan took a sip of the soup and looked up to see that Shilan was still smiling. Shilan, what's so happy about? Mistress, you still don't know. Shilan glanced at Peony, who shook her head. Then I won't tell you. I'll wait for someone else to tell you, mistress. Shilan didn't wait for Yun Ruoyan to finish eating before walking out with the tray. Peony. Yun Ruoyan looked at Peony, who waved her hand. Mistress, please enjoy your meal. The housekeeper sent me to collect my monthly stipend yesterday, so I have to go now. What's the matter? Why are you so secretive? Yun Ruoyan smiled as she sipped on the bird's nest soup. As soon as Yun Ruoyan walked into the courtyard, she heard Ling Lan humming a tune. Yun Ruoyan walked over to her. When Ling Lan saw her, she smiled and greeted her, Mistress. Ling Lan, you're the most obedient of all. Tell me, what's making you so happy? Yun Ruoyan looked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan looked at the tips of her feet awkwardly. She stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Yun Ruoyan waved her hand. As if she'd been pardoned, Ling Lan hurriedly dragged her broom away. What's going on? Why are you so happy, and why are you hiding it from me? Yun Ruoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? Yun Ruoyan hurriedly rushed to her cottage, only to be told that her brother had left early in the morning. Yun Ruoyan had no choice but to return to her cottage. As soon as she entered, she saw her brother standing in the courtyard, waiting for her. Brother! Yun Ruoyan called out. I even went to your cottage to look for you, but the servant said that you'd left early in the morning. I was there to send him off, Yun Maxiao replied. Send him off? Yun Ruoyan asked curiously. To whom? To send my guards out of the city. Their vacation is almost up, and they have to hurry back to the barracks. Although Yun Ruoyan's guess was pretty close, she couldn't help but feel excited to hear Yun Maxiao say it himself. However, she still had to pretend that she didn't know anything. Brother, why did you send them away first? Are you going back alone? Yun Maxiao patted Yun Ruoyan's head dotingly. I'm not leaving. Brother, you're really not leaving. By this point, Yun Ruoyan was completely sure that her plan had come to fruition, but because she was so excited, she couldn't quite believe it. Why were you crying? Yun Ma Xiao hurriedly wiped her tears away when he saw her tearful face. Yun Ruoyan held her brother's hand and pressed her face against his palm. Feeling the warmth of his palm, her tears flowed even more profusely. In both her past and present life, Yun Ruoyan had woken up crying at the sight of her brother's cold corpse. Finally, this nightmare was over. Brother, you're not trying to coax me, are you? Yun Ruoyan reconfirmed. Silly sister. Yun Ma Xiao reached out and pulled Yun Ruoyan into his embrace. I'm really not leaving this time. I'll stay with you. Yun Ruoyan snuggled into her brother's embrace, feeling a sense of security that she had never felt before. Young Master Yun came yesterday afternoon to say that he wasn't leaving. Peony appeared out of nowhere and smiled. But Miss was cultivating at the time, and we didn't want to disturb you. I really wanted to tell Miss the good news, but it'd be more pleasant to hear it from young Master Yun himself. Shilan also came over, and Ling Lan nodded by her side. All right, you three girls, each more creative than the last. Yun Ruoyan chided. The siblings then went to the Lin Manor. When Yun Ma Xiao told everyone that he wouldn't be returning to the barracks, they cheered even louder. Why would your father agree if you didn't return to the barracks? Lin Zainin asked. Yun Ruoyan hadn't considered this question. As long as Yun Ma Xiao could stay, nothing else mattered. I haven't told him yet, Yun Ma Xiao replied. I've already sent a letter to my master, and once the army approves, everything will be set in stone. Even if father doesn't agree, there's nothing he can do about it. At most, I'll be reprimanded. Lin Zainin patted his tall grandson on the shoulder. A good man must not only be able to protect his country, but also his friends and family. With you here, I'll be more at ease. Grandfather, Yun Ruoyan called out. Yun Ruoyan turned to Lin Zainin. My spiritual energy has fully recovered, and I'd like to continue my training as a pill master. Within the pill-making chambers, Yun Ma Xiao, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qingchen were all watching from the side. Lin Zainin and Yun Ruoyan stood in front of the furnace, and Yun Ruoyan was about to begin her first attempt at refining pills. The first step is to ignite the furnace with scarlet fire, Lin Zainin began. As he spoke, Yun Ruoyan raised her hands and formed a circle in front of her, and a scarlet spiritual energy seeped out from her palms. Yun Ruoyan controlled the fire-attuned spiritual energy to revolve around it. When the spiritual energy turned into a whirlwind, Lin Zainin called out, "That's enough. Ignite the furnace." Yun Ruoyan pushed hard with her palms, pushing the spiritual energy into the furnace. With a loud boom, the furnace was ignited, its scarlet glow illuminating the two chelants on the furnace. Sister Ruoyan, you did it! Lin Qingxue exclaimed excitedly. Lin Qingchen smiled, her eyes filled with longing. In her heart, she set a goal for herself. In 2 years, she would light a furnace and refine pills just like her sister Ruoyan had done. Yun Ma Xiao, on the other hand, was incomparably shocked. He hadn't expected that the little girl who had been sobbing in a corner 4 years ago would become a pill master. As he looked at Yun Ruoyan's figure engulfed in scarlet flames, he felt a myriad of emotions. Today, we'll be refining a low-grade pill, a darkened heavens pill. Lin Zainin had long since prepared the herbs required for the pill, and he stood to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, not intending to instruct Yun Ruoyan any further. Yun Ruoyan looked at the 20 or so herbs on the stone table beside her, and she knew that Lin Zainin was testing her. She closed her eyes and recalled the last time Lin Zainin had refined the darkened heavens pill. His every movement was still vivid in her mind. Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes, waved her hand, and placed the stargrass into the furnace, followed closely by the other 4 herbs. Yun Ruoyan controlled the flames in the furnace, turning from scarlet to orange, then to yellow. She controlled the timing and rhythm of the three flames almost exactly the same as when Lin Zainin had refined the pill. As time passed, the herbs slowly melted under the heat of the three flames, slowly fusing together until they formed a pill that emitted a medicinal fragrance. Collect the pills. Lin Zainin nodded. Yun Ruoyan stretched out her hand toward the pill on top of the cauldron, and it floated into her palm as if guided by spiritual energy. Yun Ruoyan smiled as she looked at the pill in her hand, which emitted a faint medicinal aroma. She had finally succeeded in refining her first pill. However, whether it passed or not depended on Lin Zainin's judgment. Chapter 122. Yun Ruoyan handed the pill to Lin Zainin, who held it between his fingers with one hand and stroked his white beard with the other, examining it carefully. By then, Yun Maxiao, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qingchen had all gathered around. They waited nervously for Lin Zainin's verdict, Yun Ruoyan especially nervous. Although Yun Ruoyan hid it well, Yun Maxiao could still see her nervousness. He patted her shoulder lightly and gave her a reassuring smile. Inferior, Lin Zainin replied after a long pause. What? Why would it be inferior? Lin Qingxue didn't understand. Isn't it pretty good? Lin Qingchen and Yun Maxiao also looked confused. Qingchen, Lin Zainin called out to Lin Qingchen. Bring me the darkened heavens pill that I refined that day. Lin Qingchen nodded and entered the storeroom to retrieve a red wooden box, which she handed to Lin Zainin. Lin Zainin opened the box to reveal that the pill he had refined for Yun Ruoyan the other day was the superior grade darkened heavens pill that he had demonstrated to her. Lin Zainin placed the two pills next to each other and compared them. As the saying went, it was better to compare the two pills. He had thought that Yun Ruoyan's darkened heavens pill wasn't bad, but when he compared it to the pill in the red wooden box, he could immediately tell the difference. Round but not full, shiny but not crystalline, with a faint medicinal aroma. It's inferior, Lin Zainin commented. Yun Ruoyan exhaled softly, a little discouraged. Ha! Lin Zainin laughed. It's already good enough that you managed to refine a pill on your first try. Don't be discouraged. That's right, that's right. Sister Ruoyan, you're already amazing. Lin Qingxue agreed. Refining pills isn't easy in the first place, and it's impressive that you succeeded on your first try. Although Lin Qingchen hadn't started refining pills yet, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, and she admired Yun Ruoyan from the bottom of her heart. The crowd's words didn't relax Yun Ruoyan. She took the pill from Lin Zainin's hands. Darkened Heavens pills are low-grade spiritual pills, and this one is the worst of the worst. It can't be kept. She was about to crush the pill in her hand. Wait. Yun Maxiao's gaze landed on the Darkened Heavens pill in Yun Ruoyan's hand. Darkened Heavens pills are essential to the army, and even though they're inferior, they're still in high demand. It can allow ordinary people to open up their meridians and absorb spiritual energy into their bodies. Although it can't be used for cultivation, it's still good for strengthening the body. Don't waste it. In the end, Yun Ruoyan didn't destroy the low-grade Darkened Heavens pill, allowing Lin Qingchen to find a box to store it away. After leaving the pill-making chambers, Lin Qingchen invited the two of them to her bamboo garden. Cousin Xiao, I heard that you are now a 5th-level beast tamer. Lin Qingchen said, I have many magical beasts in my garden. I would like to invite you to take a look. When Lin Qingxue heard that they were going to Bamboo Garden, she immediately retreated, saying that Miss Xiao had invited her for tea. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Yun Maxiao that tomorrow would be the autumn festival. Yun Maxiao promised her that he would go shopping with her to buy a gift, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. He smiled and said, Get up early tomorrow. I'll pick you up to go to the market. Lin Qingshue's eyes turned into crescents as she skipped away. The main reason Lin Qingxue wanted Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao to go to her bamboo garden was to see the little white snake. In just half a month, Yun Ruoyan found that the snake had grown to the size of a bowl, and the crystal container it had been in could no longer contain it. Lin Qingchen placed it in a small pond in her garden. Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan squatted down and looked into the pond with interest. "Cousin Xiao, have you seen this kind of snake before?" Lin Qingchen pointed at the white snake lazily lying at the bottom of the pond. Yun Maxiao shook his head. "I've seen quite a few mutated snakes, but I've never seen a white one." Yun Ruoyan looked at Whitey lying quietly in the pond. Perhaps because silver and white were very similar, the image of Li Mo lying at the bottom of the pond suddenly appeared in her mind. "This pond wasn't here the last time I was here. Is it new?" Yun Ruoyan asked casually. Lin Qingchen's garden wasn't small, but it was filled with all sorts of wild beasts, and magical beasts took up a lot of space. There was already a pond in the garden, but there was only a single catfish in it. I originally planned to keep Whitey and Whitey together. The catfish was green, so Lin Qingchen called it Whitey. But Whitey would sometimes emit a cold aura. One night, I heard Whitey crying, so I rushed out to take a look, only to find that the entire pond had been frozen solid. If I hadn't come out to take a look, Little Blue would have frozen to death. Lin Qingchen's heart was still pounding. I've seen snakes that can spit fire, but this is the first time I've seen one that can emit cold aura. Yun Maxiao's interest was piqued. He stood up and looked at Lin Qingchen. "Do you have a contract with this snake?" "No," Lin Qingchen replied. "I'm not a beast tamer, so I can't voluntarily form a contract with a magical beast. Whitey didn't invite me either." On the Qinyuan continent, humans could form contracts with magical beasts, and there were two ways in which a contract could be formed. One was for a beast tamer to tame a magical beast and force it into a contract. The prerequisite for this was that the human had to be a beast tamer, and that the human had to be strong enough to control the tamed beast. The second way was for the beast to recognize itself as its master and voluntarily form a contract with the human. In this case, the human had to be a beast tamer, and the human had to be strong enough to control the tamed beast. Yun Ruoyan and Whitey belonged to this category, but it was extremely rare. Yun Maxiao's intentions were clear. He wanted to tame Whitey as his own magical beast. A beast tamer could have 3 contracted magical beasts at the same time, and Yun Maxiao only had one at the moment. "That's great!" Yun Maxiao exclaimed excitedly. "I've been looking for a second magical beast, and I've finally found one." Lin Qingchen was a little startled by Yun Maxiao's words. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Yun Maxiao's excited expression, she swallowed her words. Whitey's sudden transformation from a cute baby snake to its current bulky form surprised Yun Ruoyan quite a bit. Coupled with Lin Qingchen's description of Whitey, Yun Ruoyan was once again reminded of her unpleasant memories of snakes. As a result, even though she could tell that Lin Qingchen was reluctant to part with Whitey, she didn't try to stop Yun Maxiao. After all, Yun Maxiao was a professional beast tamer, and Lin Qingchen wasn't. It would be safer to leave a dangerous beast like the snake to him. "Move aside, I'm going to tame this white snake." Yun Maxiao gestured for Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen to step back. Yun Ruoyan helped Lin Qingchen back. This was the first time she had seen a beast tamer tame a magical beast, and she was looking forward to it. If Lin Qingxue knew that she had missed out on such an exciting scene, she would surely be so upset that she wouldn't be able to eat. Yun Maxiao stood by the edge of the pond, one hand dipping into the water. Then, he circulated the spiritual energy in his spiritual vortex and injected it into the water. With his hand as the center, ripples began to spread in all directions. The ripples grew larger and larger, eventually forming waves that crashed against the walls of the pond. The white snake, which had been in a deep slumber in the water, finally reacted. First, it raised its head and looked at Yun Ma Xiao with its large, bell-like eyes. "Hey!" Yun Ma Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. "This is the first time I've seen a snake with such large, watery eyes." Generally speaking, the eyes of a magical snake were large and lifeless, and as their cultivation increased, their eyes would degenerate until they were nothing more than decorations. However, Whitey's eyes were clearly different from those of other snakes. When other snakes sensed movement, their first reaction was to tilt their head and listen, or to sniff with their nostrils. But when Whitey sensed movement, its first reaction was to stare straight at the source of the sound with its large, watery eyes. "Come out!" Yun Ma Xiao saw that even though he had injected spiritual energy into the water, he hadn't managed to force the white snake out. With a loud shout, he plunged his palms into the water and used his unique skill, suction palm. The water in the pond was actually sucked out of the pond along with his palms. The white snake was also sucked out of the pool. Yun Ma Xiao waved his hand and a wave of spiritual energy hit the white snake's body. The white snake fell to the stone ground beside the pool, and the water in the pool fell back into the pool, making a loud splash. Yun Ma Xiao walked in front of the white snake, bit his finger, and drew a contract array in the air. Formed by blood, the mysterious contract array that contained the special spiritual energy of a beast tamer floated in front of Yun Ma Xiao. "Go!" Yun Ma Xiao pointed at the white snake, and the contract array pressed towards the white snake. Although Whitey's size had increased, it wasn't any smarter or more agile. In fact, it had only been less than 3 months since it hatched. At this moment, Whitey's large, watery eyes stared blankly at the blood-red contract array that was approaching it. Before it could even react to what was happening, the diagram of the formation was imprinted on its head. With a sizzling sound, as if a soldering iron had been seared into flesh, the formation emitted a puff of white smoke, and the air was immediately filled with a burning smell. Little White was stunned for a moment, then rolled on the ground due to the sudden pain. "Whitey!" Lin Qingchen couldn't bear to see Whitey in pain, and she subconsciously wanted to run over. Afraid that she would be hurt, Yun Ruoyan held her back tightly. "Accept the contract and submit to me." Yun Ma Xiao stood in front of the white snake, his tall body emitting the aura of a strong cultivator. As Yun Ma Xiao's aura increased, the contract array imprinted on Whitey's forehead became hotter and hotter. Whitey rolled on the ground in pain, and large droplets of tears flowed from its eyes. "Submit to me, and you won't have to suffer anymore," Yun Ma Xiao said. Whitey rolled on the ground in pain, once again falling into the pond, then leaping from one pond to another, causing little Qing to scream loudly. But even after a long while, Whitey still didn't submit. Yun Ma Xiao's personality had always been one to be stronger than the strong. He once again brought Whitey out of the pool and onto the shore. Whitey's body was now covered in wounds, and fresh blood flowed down its white scales. It was a tragic sight. "Good endurance," Yun Ma Xiao praised. "I'm determined to have you. If you still don't submit, I'll have to add a second contract." Whitey lay on the ground, on the verge of death. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, but its bright eyes stared at Lin Qingchen, who was also staring at it. Chapter 123. When Lin Qingchen met Whitey's gaze, she couldn't help but recall how she brought back the snake eggs from the imperial territory, how she'd taken care of them day and night, and finally succeeded in hatching the last egg when none of the other 4 eggs had successfully hatched. Lin Qingchen could clearly remember Whitey's adorable and harmless little white head as it broke out of its shell. She carefully cradled Whitey's body, which was only a few inches long, in the center of her palm. Whitey's large, watery eyes had been staring at her ever since it hatched, as if it wanted to remember her forever. "Cousin Xiao, stop." Lin Qingchen couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, she tried to struggle free of Yun Ruoyan's grip on her arm. "Qingchen." Yun Ruoyan could naturally see Lin Qingchen's reluctance. "Have you forgotten how ferocious the serpents were in the imperial territory? You're not a beast master, and you can't become a summoner. Serpents are high-rank beasts, and as they mature, only a summoner can control them. On the Qinyuan continent, a summoner was second only to a pill master. However, in order to become a summoner, one had to first become a beast master. Only a 7th-rank beast master could become a summoner. Beast masters could only control the beasts they had contracted with, but a top-tier summoner could summon tens of thousands of beasts to fight for them. Of course, no one present had ever seen such a top-tier summoner before. Yun Maxiao's master was only a beginner summoner, and he could only summon a dozen or so low-rank beasts to fight for him. Even so, he was still a formidable presence on the battlefield. "Sister Ruoyan, tell Cousin Xiao to stop." Lin Qingchen, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear Yun Ruoyan's words. She, who had always been calm and collected, was clearly agitated. "Whitey won't submit, not even if you kill it." By this time, Yun Maxiao had already begun preparing the second formation. "Sister Ruoyan, have you forgotten that I have a demonic ring?" Lin Qingchen hurriedly raised the ring on her finger. "Even if I can't form a contract with Whitey, I can still control it with this ring, and it won't hurt me." Yun Ruoyan had seen this demonic ring before, and she had even tried it on herself. She had asked Qiuqiu about the demonic realm, but Qiuqiu didn't seem to want to talk too much about it, so she didn't force it. However, Qiuqiu told her that it wasn't easy to control a demonic artifact. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough and used the artifact frequently, it would be easy to be controlled by the demonic power left behind by the previous owner in the devil realm. "Qingchen, I was just about to find an opportunity to tell you that you can wear this ring, but you mustn't use it too often. Your cultivation isn't high enough, and you'll fall into a demonic trance." While Yun Ruoyan was trying to dissuade Lin Qingchen, Yun Maxiao had already finished his second formation and was about to wave his hand at Whitey. Lin Qingchen suddenly shook off Yun Ruoyan's hand and ran toward Whitey. "Qingchen!" Yun Ruoyan called out as she saw Lin Qingchen run between Whitey and Yun Maxiao. Yun Maxiao controlled the blood-colored formation to close in on Whitey, but Lin Qingchen's sudden charge prevented him from withdrawing the contract, and the formation struck Lin Qingchen's body. Lin Qingchen waved her hand to block, and the contract formation imprinted itself on her left arm. The formation instantly burned a large hole in her white robe, and then it branded itself onto the flesh of Lin Qingchen's left arm. The pain of the searing iron burning into her flesh caused Yun Ruoyan to break out in a cold sweat. She held her arm and bent down, slowly calling out, "Cousin, stop." Yun Maxiao hadn't expected Lin Qingchen to suddenly run over, and he was stunned for a moment. By the time he reacted, he was quite angry. "Qingchen, what are you doing?" "Cousin, don't hurt Whitey." "It won't submit to you," Lin Qingchen warned. "Do you know how dangerous this is?" Although Yun Maxiao was angry that his beast-taming session had been interrupted, he was even angrier at Lin Qingchen's dangerous behavior. Beast-taming was a battle between the beast-tamer and the beast, and both sides could launch fatal attacks at any moment. Lin Qingchen's actions were indeed too dangerous. "Cousin, don't hurt Whitey anymore," Lin Qingchen continued. Yun Maxiao paused. Only then did he realize that Lin Qingchen was reluctant to part with Whitey. He waved his hand. "Forget it, this dumb snake doesn't just look dumb, it's also dumb. I don't want it anymore." Only then did Lin Qingchen relax and turn around to check on Whitey's injuries. "Whitey, it must hurt a lot." Lin Qingchen stroked the bleeding wound on Whitey's body. The imprint on Whitey's forehead had dimmed as Yun Ma Xiao retracted his spiritual energy. However, just like Lin Qingqin's arm, the imprint had left a bleeding wound on Whitey's flesh. Lin Qingqin gently caressed the wound on little White's head. At this moment, a stream of blood flowed down her arm, seeping into the diagram on little White's forehead. In an instant, Whitey's eyes became even brighter, and the imprint on its forehead glowed red once more. "Brother, what's going on?" Yun Ruoyan saw the change and hurriedly asked her brother. Yun Ma Xiao turned around and exclaimed in shock, "It's a blood contract. This snake wants to form a blood contract with Qingqin." Yun Ruoyan and Qiu had indeed formed a blood contract. However, unbeknownst to Yun Ruoyan, her blood had accidentally flowed onto the bracelet, and Qiu had voluntarily formed the contract with Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao walked up to Lin Qingqin and Whitey, their eyes glued to each other. The contract formation above Whitey's head began to change. Although Yun Ruoyan still couldn't understand what was written on it, she could tell that it was even more profound than before. Gradually, the new contract circle that appeared dimmed once again. Even the wound on Whitey's forehead slowly began to heal. At this moment, little White finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. "Whitey, Whitey." Lin Qingqin anxiously shook Whitey's round head. "It'll be fine." At this time, Yun Ma Xiao, who was standing behind Lin Qingqin, spoke up. "Its injuries are all superficial, so it's not a big deal. The contract formation I left on its forehead has also been absorbed, so it's fine now. Don't worry." Lin Qingqin turned back to Yun Ma Xiao and nodded. Yun Ma Xiao continued, "Cousin Qingqin, congratulations on forming a contract with a magical beast. For a cultivator without a talent for summoning, this is a very fortunate thing." Lin Qingqin didn't seem to understand Yun Ma Xiao's words, so Yun Ruoyan explained to her that Whitey had formed a blood contract with her. Although Lin Qingqin had heard of contracts between humans and magical beasts, she had never personally experienced one, so she didn't have any experience with it. As a result, Lin Qingqin's first reaction wasn't surprise, but confusion. "Why don't I feel anything special?" According to her understanding, shouldn't there be some sort of reaction after forming a contract with a magical beast? However, she didn't feel anything special at all. A beast master's imprint will have a strong binding effect on a magical beast. Once a contract is formed, there'll be a strong reaction, Yun Ma Xiao replied. But I'm not sure if a magical beast signs a blood contract of its own accord. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't have any theoretical knowledge to guide her on this point, she had personal experience with it. "Qingqin, don't worry. Just wait for Whitey to sense you." A blood contract was much more stable than a forceful imprint from a contract. As a magical beast grew stronger and stronger, if the beast master's cultivation couldn't keep up, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to suppress the beast. In fact, it wasn't the first time that a magical beast would break free of the contract and attack its master. However, such a situation wouldn't occur with a blood contract. A magical beast would choose a master that would protect it for the rest of its life, and the contract would only dissolve on its own if one of them died. As a result, no matter what kind of monster Whitey would become in the future, Yun Ruoyan wasn't worried. Yun Ruoyan helped Lin Qingqin up, and the two of them placed Whitey back into the pool. Although the wounds on its body looked quite serious, they were all superficial wounds that could heal on their own. Although Yun Ma Xiao hadn't managed to tame Whitey, he had inadvertently helped Lin Qingqin, so he wasn't unhappy about it. Somewhat embarrassed, Lin Qingqin allowed Yun Ma Xiao to choose one of her beasts to take with him. Yun Ma Xiao looked around at the strange-looking magical beasts in the bamboo forest. There was a one-eared short-legged demonic pig, a blood-crowned demonic chicken that was missing half of its crown, and a catfish that had an ear-piercing laugh and an even scarier cry. "Qingqin, these beasts of yours won't be of much use to me. Yun Ma Xiao laughed. The beasts had seen Yun Ma Xiao use his techniques before, and when they heard him say this, they scurried away in fear. Yun Ma Xiao sighed and joked, "Forget it. Aside from that white snake, none of your magical beasts are worthy of my attention. It seems that I'll have to put aside my goal of gathering the 3 great magical beasts of the air, sea, and land for the time being." That night, Yun Ruoyan sat cross-legged on her bed and entered the bracelet's pocket dimension, beginning her cultivation as a blade master. Ever since her spiritual energy had recovered, Yun Ruoyan was delighted to find that her spiritual vortex had expanded once more, and that it was easier for her to absorb and condense spiritual energy. Even more delightful was that her cultivation as a blade master seemed to be on the verge of breaking through from the peak of 7th rank to 8th rank. Yun Ruoyan had always been secretive about her progress in cultivation. She didn't want to show off in front of unimportant people, nor did she want to gain unimportant fame and praise. She also didn't want the people around her to be so shocked that they'd have to explain how she'd improved so quickly. What she preferred most at the moment was to focus on cultivation and silently accumulate wealth. Chapter 124. After converting a portion of her spiritual energy into a fire attribute, Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes and took a short break. Qiu also woke up from his cultivation and opened his eyes. "Qiu," Yun Ruoyan murmured, "I still haven't figured out what grandfather told me yesterday." Yesterday, Yun Ruoyan's first attempt at pill making had resulted in an inferior pill. Although she had received everyone's approval, Yun Ruoyan was someone who had high expectations of herself. She asked Lin Zainan why she refined the medicine according to the order and rhythm of his medicine refinement. Even though the cultivation of the two of them were about the same, the spiritual fire that Lin Zainan emitted might not be stronger than hers. But why was it that Lin Zainan's pills were superior grade, while hers were low grade? Lin Zainan's answer was that pill making wasn't a simple imitation, and that one had to put their heart into it. Even now, Yun Ruoyan still didn't understand what Lin Zainan meant by that. "I'm clearly already putting in a lot of effort into learning pill making, so why does grandfather say that I'm not putting in the effort?" Yun Ruoyan couldn't understand. Qiu had been awake when Yun Ruoyan had been refining pills the day before, so he had been able to understand the situation. "Everyone's different," Qiu began. Qiu spoke up. "Although you and your grandfather are both 3rd-rank alchemists, his skill is far beyond your reach. You might think that you're refining pills according to his method, but the slightest difference will result in a vastly different outcome." Qiu continued her analysis. "Furthermore, stargrass, and the same 4 types of spiritual herbs, grows in different places, and absorbs different amounts of spiritual energy. As a result, even if you concoct the pills according to your grandfather's formula, it might not be the correct one." Yun Ruoyan suddenly understood. "So you're saying that different people have their own methods of refining the same spiritual herb? The methods are more or less the same, but the technique changes depending on the time, place, and person," Qiu corrected. "Before refining pills, one must first familiarize themselves with the ingredients they're going to refine, and then fully grasp their quality. Then, according to their quality, they can plan how to refine the pill. This is what grandfather meant by attentiveness." "I understand." In an instant, Yun Ruoyan's doubts disappeared, leaving her eyes clear and bright. She stood up and went directly to the place where the herbs and alchemy furnace were placed. She picked up the high-grade alchemy furnace and the 4 herbs beside it and returned to Qiu's side. Those 4 herbs were exactly what she needed to concoct the Darkened Heavens pill. She already had the stargrass in her bracelet's pocket dimension, and the other 3 had been obtained from the Lin family's apothecary in preparation for her pill-making practice. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Qiu, then sat down cross-legged, placed the furnace in front of her, and began to refine another Darkened Heavens pill. This time, after she lit the furnace, she didn't rush to put the heaven star grass into the furnace. Instead, she held the heaven star grass in her hand and carefully felt the spiritual power contained within it. Then, he similarly sensed the spiritual power of the other 3 types of spirit herbs. When he had a sufficient understanding of these 4 types of spirit herbs, he officially began to refine the medicine. First, she dripped a drop of blood from her fingertip into the furnace, allowing it to familiarize itself with her aura. Then, she placed the heaven star grass on top of the furnace and began to roast it. This time, she didn't follow Lin Zainan's order and rhythm. Instead, she adjusted the spiritual flame according to the changes in aura emitted by the spirit herbs within the flame. The red flame was the warmest flame, suitable for switching between 2 flames, the orange flame was the hottest, and the yellow flame was the hottest of the 3. This time, Yun Ruoyan had completely forgotten how Lin Zainan had manipulated the spiritual flame. Instead, she controlled the flames according to her own intuition and the changes in the spirit herbs within the flame. After a few attempts where the temperature of the flames was too high and the ingredients were burnt to a paste, Yun Ruoyan finally figured out a way to refine her second darkened heavens pill. Yun Ruoyan handed the pill to Qiuqiu, which picked it up with its 2 tiny paws. After a careful examination, its evaluation was that it wasn't perfect. The color was passable, but the smell wasn't strong enough. Improvement. Qiuqiu noticed that Yun Ruoyan didn't seem happy after hearing its evaluation. Although Master's first attempt at concocting medicine was a simple imitation, it's already very good that it can still take shape. Given that you managed to refine a second good-grade spiritual medicine in just a few hours, I'm afraid that your gift in alchemy has surpassed your grandfather's. Afraid that Yun Ruoyan would rush things, Qiuqiu reminded her, at this rate of cultivation, you'll definitely surpass your grandfather within 2 years, but you can't rush things. I also know that we can't rush it. Yun Ruoyan looked at the high-grade furnace in her hands. But 2 years from now, I'll have a duel with Wang Mang. If I lose, he'll definitely challenge grandfather again. Grandfather's body and cultivation are both far from what they used to be, and that's what I'm most worried about. The more worried, afraid, and anxious they were, the more they couldn't panic or rush things. Yun Ruoyan understood this, but rationality often couldn't suppress her emotions. Qiuqiu's heart ached when it saw Yun Ruoyan's frown. Mistress, you don't have to worry too much. As long as you're a 5th-rank pill master, I'll teach you how to refine poisons from domination of the heavens. If you can't defeat Wang Meng, I'll poison him to death, and I'll make sure he doesn't harm your family. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh at Qiuqiu's words. Even though it sounded quite shameless, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. The next day, Yun Ma Xiao arrived at her cottage early in the morning to fetch Yun Ruoyan to the Lin Manor. Today, they were going to visit the annual autumn market with the Lin sisters. The market was crowded and lively, and the sounds of hawkers and chatter filled the air. 2 people walking side by side chatted with each other, so loud that it was hard to hear what the other was saying. Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ma Xiao, Lin Qingchen, and Lin Qingxue finally squeezed through the most crowded part of the city and arrived at a slightly less crowded area. Lin Qingchen placed all the bags in her hands on the ground and said to the empty-handed Lin Qingxue, "These are all your things. How can you not take a single one of them?" Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao's hands were also full of all sorts of food and trinkets, and they all looked at the empty-handed Lin Qingxue. "Because I have to pick out things, and carrying things in my hands will block my line of sight." Lin Qingxue replied matter-of-factly. "My dear sister, it's rare that you're going shopping with me once a year, so please don't take such a small matter to heart, all right?" Lin Qingchen was speechless once more. The 3 of them were going to die of exhaustion just by accompanying one person. If not for the fact that she spent all her time in the bamboo garden or at the apothecary, Lin Qingxue wouldn't have been able to catch a glimpse of her. Qingxue, is there anything else you'd like to buy? Yun Maxiao smiled. Lin Qingchen immediately shot a look at Yun Maxiao, telling him to shut up. If he bought anything else, who was going to carry it? All right, I'll take a look, Lin Qingxue replied bluntly. Lin Qingchen stared at the sky, speechless. Ruoyun, is there anything you'd like to buy? Yun Maxiao asked. Yun Ruoyun shook her head. She hadn't been idling along the way, looking for any stalls that sold medicinal herbs. Qiuqiu had asked her to prepare some ingredients for poison, and all she could think of right now was thunder vine, white frost grass, red-tailed centipedes, and the like. Before she got her hands on those ingredients, she didn't have time to think about anything else. But after looking around, there were quite a few stalls selling spiritual herbs, but not a single one selling poisonous herbs. Brother, do you know of any places in the capital that sell ingredients for poison? Yun Ruoyan asked her brother in a small voice. Yun Maxiao shook his head. He was even less familiar with the capital than Yun Ruoyan was, and Yun Ruoyan was just trying anything in her desperation. Why do you want to buy ingredients? Yun Maxiao asked. Nothing, I'm just curious, Yun Ruoyan replied casually. Ruoyan. Yun Maxiao's expression turned serious. A pillmaster's talent is very precious, and you must cherish it. Don't go down the wrong path and hurt grandfather's feelings. There was a group of people on the Qinyuan continent who possessed talent as a pillmaster, but for various reasons, chose to go down the path of poison. Poison greatly increased their strength, and caused others to fear them. As a result, their reputation became unbearably bad. As a result, the so-called righteous cultivators of the Qinyuan continent scoffed at these poisoners, saying that they had gone down the wrong path. But Yun Ruoyan, who had been reborn, had a different view of the path of poison. Whether it was in her past life or in this one, she had been plagued by poison, and none of the people who had poisoned her had been poisoners. Of the 10 evildoers of the Qinyuan continent, only one was a poisoner, and he wasn't one of the most notorious. As a result, poisoners didn't necessarily have to be vicious and murderous, but there were many who were vicious and plotted to harm others, making it difficult to guard against them. In Yun Ruoyan's view, if this skill could make her stronger, and if she could protect herself from harm without killing the innocent, then it wouldn't be a bad path. If she could master the ability to concoct antidotes, then that would be even better. This thought only strengthened Yun Ruoyan's resolve to learn how to concoct poisons. Yun Ruoyan knew that her words wouldn't work with Yun Maxiao, so she laughed awkwardly. Oh, I know. I'm just constantly being poisoned by others, so I'm trying to find some ingredients to concoct poisons to familiarize myself with their smell. Perhaps I'll be able to identify them the next time someone tries to harm me with poison. Silly sister, it's not that easy to identify a refined poison, Yun Maxiao said with a smile. Yun Ruoyan had originally wanted to ask Lin Qingchen where she could purchase the ingredients, but seeing Yun Maxiao's attitude, she gave up. Lin Qingchen's thoughts were even more orthodox than Yun Maxiao's, and she wasn't as easy to fool as Yun Maxiao. It seemed like she'd have to slowly ask around on her own, Yun Ruoyan murmured to herself. Catch the thief, catch the thief. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue's voice rang out. Brothers and sisters, come quickly. My purse has been stolen. Chapter 125. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao piled up all the items in their hands in front of Lin Qingchen. Qingchen, look after the items. We're going to catch the thief, Yun Ruoyan instructed before following Yun Maxiao in the direction that Lin Qingxue had called out to. Catch the thief, catch the thief. Don't let the thief get away. Lin Qingxue yelled as she chased. From afar, Yun Ruoyan could see that the already packed crowd in front of her had become a chaotic mess. Lin Qingxue had used her spiritual energy to chase after the thief, and many of the stalls had been knocked over. Some commoners had been caught in the shockwave and were lying on the ground moaning in pain. "Qingxue, don't hurt anyone," Yun Ma Xiao called out. Yun Ruoyan watched as a yellow sword aura appeared beneath Yun Ma Xiao's feet, and he leapt into the air. "Ruoyan, give me your hand." Standing on the sword aura, Yun Ma Xiao turned around and extended a hand toward Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan pulled on Yun Ma Xiao's hand and leapt onto the sword aura. She held on to Yun Ma Xiao's waist to steady herself, and Yun Ma Xiao flew toward Lin Qingxue. "Over there." Yun Ruoyan spotted Lin Qingchen in front of a restaurant not far away. She was talking to a youth whose back Yun Ruoyan recognized. Yun Ma Xiao directed the sword aura to land in front of Lin Qingxue, and Yun Ruoyan immediately recognized the youth as Zhui Feng, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. In his hands was a skinny, monkey-like man, most likely the thief. "Sister Ruoyan, look. I've bumped into Brother Zhua." Lin Qingxue jumped up happily, waving a red pouch in her hand. "Brother Zhua helped me catch the thief and get my pouch back." Yun Ruoyan looked at Zhui Feng. He was dressed in coarse clothes, and he was darker and thinner than he had been in the imperial territory. His eyes were still bright, and he hadn't changed much. When Zhui Feng saw Yun Ruoyan, he was stunned. When they had parted, the poison in Yun Ruoyan's body hadn't yet been purged, and her complexion and condition were far from what they were now. At the time, Yun Ruoyan was dressed in red, and the birthmark on her face was only partially covered by her hair. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, was wearing a light yellow chiffon dress. Her hair was tied into two simple buns on each side, and two strands of soft, silky hair hung by her ears. The birthmark on the right side of her face was covered by a peach blossom veil. The exposed cheek was as delicate as a peach blossom. She had the image of a beautiful, delicate little girl. In less than 3 months, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, Yun Ruoyan had undergone a 360-degree reversal. The Lin sisters would meet with Yun Ruoyan from time to time, and they had witnessed the changes that had taken place in Yun Ruoyan's life. When Yun Ma Xiao first saw Yun Ruoyan, he was pleasantly surprised, but not shocked. Only Zhui Feng found it difficult to merge the two images in his mind. "Zhui Feng, where's your sister?" Zhui Feng was still in shock and did not answer. "Brother Zhua, this is Sister Ruoyan. I don't recognize her." Seeing Zhui Feng's dazed expression, Lin Qingchen tugged on his sleeve. Only then did Zhui Feng react. He scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. "Brother Zhua, where's Lin? Why don't I see her?" Lin Qingxue repeated Yun Ruoyan's question, looking around for Zhuo Lin. "Lin at the inn," Zhui Feng replied. "I'm out to get some medicine, so I have to return immediately." "What should we do with this thief?" Zhui Feng asked. "Leave it to me," Yun Ma Xiao stepped forward. "This is my brother, Yun Ma Xiao," Yun Ruoyan introduced. Yun Ruoyan introduced him. "This is a friend we made in the imperial territory, Zhui Feng." Seeing that Yun Ma Xiao's aura was extraordinary, and that his cultivation was much higher than his own, Zhui Feng handed the thief over to Yun Ma Xiao without hesitation. Yun Ma Xiao had been in the army since he was a child, and he had a good eye for people. He saw that Zhui Feng's eyes were bright, and although he didn't speak much, he gave off a clear and bright aura. "I have to return to the inn. I'll be worried if I don't see Lin soon." Zhui Feng bent down to pick up a medicine pouch from the ground. "Which inn are you staying at?" "I'll go with you." Lin Qingxue grabbed Zhui Feng's arm. "I haven't seen Lin in a long time, and I miss her a lot, hee. Seeing that Lin Qingxue was adamant about following Zhui Feng, Yun Ruoyan also wanted to see where Zhui Feng and the others were staying. Yun Ma Xiao felt that it would be too cumbersome to bring the thief along, and it would be too troublesome to escort him to the authorities, so he kicked the thief and let him go. Having been kicked so hard by Yun Ma Xiao that the thief was afraid that they would change their minds and try to arrest him again, he scrambled away. Yun Ruoyan's gaze landed on the thief's back, which was as thin as a monkey's. Coincidentally, he was looking back at them. Yun Ruoyan saw that the thief had a pair of beady eyes, a sharp mouth, and a pair of protruding ears. His yellowish hair was balding, and the rest of his hair was loose. She suddenly thought of someone, but before she could confirm it further, the skinny monkey turned a corner and disappeared. Ruoyan, what's the matter? Yun Ma Xiao asked when he saw Yun Ruoyan in a daze. Yun Ruoyan shook her head. Yun Ma Xiao was just about to fly off to fetch Lin Qingqin when he saw her walking quickly toward them. Sister, why are you empty-handed? Where's my stuff? Lin Qingxue asked when she saw that Lin Qingqin's hands were empty. I left them at a store, and I'll have a servant retrieve them when we get home, Lin Qingqin replied. Lin Qingqin was also surprised to see Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng had left quite a few things with her, and she could finally return them to their rightful owner. After a few words, the group followed Zhui Feng to the inn where he and Zhuo Lin were staying. In the restaurant, Liamo, dressed in a black robe, was sipping tea by the window, his gaze fixed on the figure in the yellow dress who was slowly disappearing into the distance. That's the first young master of the Yun family. Li Qianhan pointed at Yun Ma Xiao's back. Yun Ruoyan had saved Liamo, and in return for her kindness, Liamo had promised her a favor, to ensure Yun Ma Xiao's safety for the next 3 years. Liamo placed his teacup on the table. Prepare a detailed profile of Yun Ma Xiao for me. I'll need it as soon as I get back to the manor. Su Bei, who was standing behind Liamo, nodded and went downstairs. Although the siblings didn't grow up together, they seemed to be quite close. Li Qianhan looked at their backs. Yun Ma Xiao had been walking by Yun Ruoyan's side the entire time, a step behind, as if he were protecting her. When Liamo thought back to how Yun Ma Xiao had carried Yun Ruoyan on his sword, he couldn't help but feel a little displeased. He had flown so high with Yun Ruoyan on his sword, but Yun Ruoyan had stubbornly straightened her back and refused to lean against him. Yun Ma Xiao had only flown a little high, but Yun Ruoyan had hugged his waist so tightly. Was this really necessary? When Yun Ruoyan and the others heard Zhui Feng say that they were staying at an inn, they thought that they would be staying in a guest room. Unexpectedly, Zhui Feng had brought them to a woodshed. The woodshed was very simple, with nothing but a bed. Zhuo Lin was lying on the bed, her already frail body seeming even more frail than before. Lin, we're here to see you, Lin Qingxue called out to Zhuo Lin, Qingxue. Zhuo Lin didn't expect Lin Qingxue to suddenly appear, and her tone was pleasantly surprised. When she saw Lin Qingqin and Yun Ruoyan, she smiled. Sister Qingqin, Sister Ruoyan, why are you here? We bumped into each other on the road, Lin Qingxue replied. Lin Qingxue replied, my money pouch was stolen. Fortunately, Brother Zhuo helped me catch the thief. Zhuo Lin wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she started coughing. Lin, you're sick. Lin Qingxue looked at Zhuo Lin, with concern. Is it serious? When Lin Qingxue and Zhuo Lin, first met, they didn't like each other, but gradually, they became good friends. After parting at Kongming Mountain, they hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months, but they didn't feel estranged from each other. It's nothing serious, just a little cold. My body's weak, and it looks serious, Zhuo Lin, replied. Don't worry, my sister's a miraculous physician. With her by your side, you'll get better very quickly. Lin Qingxue turned to Lin Qingqin, who motioned for her to step aside. Lin Qingxue hurriedly stepped aside, and Lin Qingchen took Zhuo Lin's pulse. Indeed, it was just a cold, but Zhuo Lin's body was weak, and she needed time to recuperate. When did you come to the capital, and why are you living in a place like this? Yun Ruoyan turned to him. She had heard from Zhuo Yifeng that they lived in the outlying city, about 800 miles from the capital. He had once saved an old man while hunting in the mountains, and it was that old man who had given them a spot to enter the imperial territory. At the time, Zhuo Yifeng had hurriedly left with Zhuo Lin to inform the old man. Now, they did not know how they had fallen to the point of living in a woodshed. More than half a month, Zhuo Yifeng replied. We still have some money on hand, but we need identification to stay in the city. Lin and I don't have any, so it wasn't easy to find this and that was willing to let us stay in the woodshed. As it turned out, there had been many incidents of demons attacking humans in the city in recent years. As a result, the government had issued identification to the city's residents. Only with identification could one remain in the city for long periods of time, or one would have to leave the city. Zhuo Yifeng and Zhuo Lin's identities were special, and it wasn't easy to obtain identification. Why didn't you look for us when you came here? Lin Qingxue asked. We did, Zhuo Lin replied from her bed. Zhuo Lin who was lying on the bed, said, but the imperial city is too big, and there are too many aristocratic families. We can't find a clue right now. In fact, Zhuo Yifeng had found the Yun household, but he couldn't enter the Yun manor. At the time, Lin Zainan was in seclusion, and in order to prevent anyone from disturbing them, the Lin Manor's gates were tightly shut. There's still half a month before the start of Kongming Academy's term. Why are you here so soon? Zhuo Yifeng was silent for a moment. I accidentally overheard a secret, and I escaped with Lin overnight. Chapter 126. They'd escaped because they'd overheard a secret. Although they were curious as to what secret Zhuo Yifeng had overheard, none of them dared to ask about it. What secret? Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, was more curious than anything else, and she asked directly. Zhuo Yifeng's gaze swept over the group, as if hesitating about something. Yun Ruoyan and the Lin sisters were friends who had gone through thick and thin with him, and they were the only human friends he had outside of his own clan. Of everyone present, Yun Ma Xiao was the only one he wasn't familiar with. If it's inconvenient, I can avoid it, Yun Ma Xiao said, seeing through Zhuo Yifeng's concerns. Brother, Yun Ruoyan turned to her brother, I won't hide anything from you. Yun Ruoyan turned back to Zhuo Yifeng. If it's inconvenient for you to say it, then forget it. Zhuo Yifeng frowned, hesitating only for a moment before saying, this secret is truly important, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to keep it to myself. Perhaps if I told you, we might be able to come up with some ideas. However, this secret can't be spread, and I can't let anyone else know that I was the one who leaked it, or the two of us will be in danger. The group could tell from Zhuo Yifeng's words how important this secret was, and their hearts were filled with both curiosity and solemnity. Brother Zhuo, what secret is it that's so serious? Lin Qingxue asked. Zhuo Yifeng walked to the door and looked around. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he closed the door and turned around to look at the crowd. Only then did he say, the secret I heard is that someone wants to rebel. What did you say? Yun Ma Xiao stood up from his wooden chair, his expression and tone both shocked. Someone's planning to rebel. He was from the army, and although he was young, he was already a vice-general. As a general, matters of national importance were especially sensitive to him. Yes, Zhuo Yifeng confirmed. They're indeed planning to rebel, and they've been planning this for many years. It's not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Zhuo Lin lay on her bed, silent. She was likely aware of this secret as well. both Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue were stunned. The word rebellion had never appeared in their minds before. It had been more than 500 years since the founding of the Li Kingdom. Aside from a few times when the crown prince seized power, the kingdom was generally peaceful. 100 or 200 years ago, before the Qin and Imo kingdoms had been established, the northeastern region was home to many different races and small kingdoms. However, with the establishment and submission of the Qin and Imo kingdoms, and the establishment of the Li kingdom, the Qin-Yuan continent was more or less at peace. In the past 100 years, the only war that had taken place had been between the human race and the beastkin 10 years ago. In less than 2 years, Li Mo had managed to suppress the beastkin with his swift and decisive methods. If Li Mo had anything to do with the beastkin, why would he use such bloody methods to suppress his own kind? If Li Mo wasn't a beastkin, why would the demons and beasts in the Forest of Dead Souls worship him as the Beast King? Li Mo was probably the only person in the world who would be able to answer her questions. Let's put this matter aside. At this moment, Zhuozhuo's declaration of rebellion had undoubtedly stirred up waves of shock in their hearts. Who's rebelling? Yun Ma Xiao asked solemnly. Zhuo Yifeng was silent for a moment before replying, the far-sighted king, Li Sheng. The far-sighted king. Li Sheng. How could it be him? Yun Ma Xiao was shocked and surprised to hear the name. The far-sighted king was the eldest brother of the current emperor. He was already more than 50 years old, and was a renowned sage as well as a master forge master. Even the generals were proud to own a weapon forged by the far-sighted king himself. How could he possibly rebel? In the Li Kingdom, although the far-sighted King Li Sheng's reputation wasn't as great as the slaughtering King Li Mo's, it was still a good one. In times of disaster, the far-sighted king would open up the granaries and slaughter bandits with his retainers. At the beginning of this year, Yun Ma Xiao's army had even received a batch of weapons from the far-sighted king. The few cities under the far-sighted king's rule were all quite prosperous. If he were to rebel, the Li Kingdom would truly be overturned. Zhuo Yifeng, this is truly a serious matter, Yun Ruoyan began. Are you sure you saw it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears? Brother Zhuo, how did you know the far-sighted king? Lin Qingxue asked. Of course I'm sure. Zhuo Yifeng's gaze swept across the crowd once more. Seeing that none of them dared believe his words, he began to explain how he had met the far-sighted king, as well as the details of how he had heard this secret. As it turned out, the far-sighted king that Zhuo Yifeng had rescued from the jaws of a few ferocious beasts a year ago was none other than the far-sighted king himself. The far-sighted king's cultivation was quite high, and logically speaking, he shouldn't have been surrounded by a few ferocious beasts. However, for some reason, the far-sighted king was unable to use his cultivation. In the nick of time, Zhuo Yifeng had suddenly appeared and rescued him from the claws of the ferocious beasts. Afterwards, when Li Sheng learned of Zhuo Yifeng's status as a beastkin, as well as his and his sister's plight, he offered to have Zhuo Yifeng enter the far-sighted king's manor as a guest. Zhuo Yifeng didn't want to live under someone else's roof, so he refused, only accepting the far-sighted king's invitation to work at his manor. A few months ago, the far-sighted king's manor held a martial arts tournament. It was announced that the far-sighted king had no heirs, but he didn't want to waste any slots. As a result, the purpose of the tournament was to allow those who had the ability to enter the imperial territory. Zhuo Yifeng had come out on top in the tournament, and because he had saved the far-sighted king's life, Li Sheng had made an exception and given him 2 slots. This was how Zhuo Yifeng had brought Zhuo Lin into the imperial territory. After leaving the imperial territory, Zhuo Yifeng was very grateful to the far-sighted king, and he brought Zhuo Lin back to the far-sighted king's manor to thank him in person. Li Sheng was also very happy, and he even held a celebratory feast for Zhuo Yifeng. During the feast, the far-sighted king once again extended an invitation to Zhuo Yifeng, hoping that he would be able to work for him after he graduated from Kongming Academy. In gratitude for the far-sighted king's recognition, Shui Feng accepted the invitation. From then on, Shui Feng and Zhuo Lin stayed at the far-sighted king's manor. Everything had been progressing in a good direction, but on a rainy night half a month ago, Shui Feng had just finished patrolling the manor and was on his way back to his own courtyard when he suddenly saw a shadowy figure. The shadowy figure was extremely ghostly, as if it had melded into the darkness of the night and was extremely difficult to detect. However, Shui Feng's unique senses as a beastkin allowed him to detect the shadowy figure's movements. An expert who was adept at concealment like this would be impossible to capture if he was even slightly alarmed. As a result, Shui Feng silently followed the shadowy figure into the rear courtyard, where the patriarch of the manor lived. The shadowy figure eventually entered Li Xing's study. At that time, Li Xing's study was lit, indicating that someone was inside. Shui Feng had thought that the shadowy figure would do something to Li Xing, so he had followed the shadowy figure to the door, ready to rush in at any moment. However, he hadn't expected to hear the sounds of conversation from within the room. Clearly, the two figures knew each other. Shui Feng heaved a sigh of relief and was just about to leave when he suddenly heard his name being mentioned in their conversation. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He couldn't help but press his ear against the tightly shut door, and with his acute hearing, he could hear the two figures conversing softly. "We've already planted our spies throughout the Li Kingdom, including the Imperial Palace," a hoarse, unfamiliar voice said. "It's just that Kongming Academy is like an impenetrable fortress, and I'm unable to place any of my subordinates there." "That's fine, I've already made plans." Li Xing turned to the shadowy figure. "I have a beastkin brat named Shui Feng who passed Kongming Academy's entrance exam. He'll be entering Kongming Academy in a few days. Is that brat reliable?" The shadowy figure asked. "We've been working on this project for more than 10 years, so we have to be extremely careful. I've already thoroughly investigated his background," Li Xing replied. "He has no parents and is separated from his clan. All he has left is his little sister, and she is his Achilles heel. As long as I can grasp his Achilles heel, I don't have to worry that he won't help me." "Your Highness is wise," the shadowy figure laughed sinisterly. "Your Highness, it's only a matter of time before you reclaim your throne. I've waited for more than 20 years, and after more than 10 years of planning, I'm finally about to reclaim what belongs to me." Li Xing suppressed his voice, but he couldn't suppress his greed and resentment towards fate. "The throne of the Li Kingdom should have belonged to me in the first place, but father just had to favor third brother. When I reclaim my throne, I'll definitely change this ear-piercing name of the kingdom." Hearing this, Shui Feng finally understood that this virtuous king, who was praised by the people, actually had such wild ambitions. What made him even more uneasy was that Li Xing had always been cultivating him as a pawn, and his sister had become a tool that Li Xing could use to control him. He returned to his own residence in the far-sighted king's manor, filled with shock and unease. After a brief discussion with Zhuo Lin, the two of them packed up their belongings and fled the capital that very night. Zhuo Lin had caught a cold in the rain that night, and she had remained ill to this day. As they listened to Shui Feng's account, they fell silent for a long time. Li Xing's status was far too special. He was the eldest son of the previous emperor, and the older brother of the current emperor. Even Li Mo had to address him respectfully. In the Li Kingdom, where seniority was highly valued, he was the most senior. Without concrete evidence, accusing him of treason would be tantamount to suicide. This was also why Shui Feng didn't dare to reveal this secret to the public. Her best course of action was to inform Emperor Li Xiu of this news, so that he could take precautions in advance. However, Li Xiu and Li Xing had always been on good terms. Even if she told him, the emperor might not believe her, and he might even be charged with sowing discord. For a moment, no one had a plan. Let's go home and tell grandfather about this and see what he has to say, Lin Qingchen suggested. Chapter 127. This matter was far too serious to be resolved by the few of them. Going home and telling her parents was their best option. After some discussion, Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan decided not to tell Yun Lan about the matter for now, because it would definitely draw Zhuo Yifeng out. In order to protect the Zhuo siblings, they decided to keep the secret to Lin Zainan and see what he would say. Lin Qingchen specifically placed a curse on Lin Qingxue, telling her to keep her mouth shut and keep the secret to herself. Lin Qingxue also solemnly declared that this matter concerned Zhuo Yifeng's life, and that she would never divulge it. After the discussion, they prepared to return to the Lin manor. Lin Qingchen wrote down a prescription and handed it to Lin Qingxue, instructing her to go to the apothecary to get the herbs. Although the Lins had quite a few spiritual herbs that could nourish the body and expel the cold, Zhuo Lin Er's body was too weak to withstand such a large amount of spiritual energy. Brother Zhuo. Lin Qingchen turned to Zhuo Yifeng. The conditions here are too poor for Lin Er's recovery. If you don't mind, why don't you come to the Lin manor? That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Qingxue was just about to leave with the prescription in her hand when she heard Lin Qingchen's words. Zhuo Yifeng didn't like living under someone else's roof, so he was torn between his sister's illness and his own wishes. Zhuo Lin lowered her head and didn't say a word. She had always listened to her brother on these matters, and neither would she complain nor make any requests. All right, it's settled then. Yun Ruoyan didn't give Zhuo Yifeng any time to think, and she immediately began making arrangements. Brother, Yun Ruoyan called out to her brother. Go rent a carriage from the streets, and we'll take Lin to the Lin manor right away. Qingxue, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the herbs. Yun Ruoyan called out to Lin Qingxue, who was still standing by the door. All right, I'll go right away. Lin Qingxue skipped away happily. Yun Maxiao followed her out to rent a carriage. You suddenly escaped from the far-sighted king's manor with Lin Even if you hadn't been caught eavesdropping that day, the far-sighted king would still be suspicious of you. I'm afraid that the people he sent to find you are already in the capital. With Wisdom King's ability, it's only a matter of time before he finds you. Coming with us to the Lin family is also a form of protection for you. Zhuo Yifeng nodded and turned to Lin Qingchen. I can do a lot of things. Can you give me a job? Sure. Lin Qingchen said straightforwardly, I happen to be lacking someone to look after my magical beasts. You're the most suitable person for this job. It didn't take long before Yun Maxiao rented a car and paid the bill for them at the counter. Yun Maxiao thought that he would have to pay more, but to his surprise, the shopkeeper gave him more than a tael of silver after he finished calculating the bill. It turned out that during this period of time, Zhuo Yifeng had always been out hunting to sell to the inn. The money he earned from selling the game not only covered the cost of food and lodging for the siblings, but there was also a surplus. As Yun Maxiao looked at the silver in his hand, his admiration for Zhuo Yifeng deepened. He had already learned from the crowd that Zhuo Yifeng was a beastkin, and that the human race's persecution of beastkin descendants had eased considerably in the past few years. However, beastkin were still quite discriminated against on the Qinyuan continent. No matter how much they contributed to the army, they couldn't be promoted. Even if they were 5th-rank blade masters and above, they could only obtain legal status as slaves for the larger families. There weren't many beastkin like Zhuo Yifeng and Lin Qingchen who were able to conceal their identities and survive on their own. Yun Maxiao handed the silver to Zhuo Yifeng, but Zhuo Yifeng didn't take it, saying that it was money for the carriage. Without another word, Yun Maxiao stuffed the silver fragments into his pouch. I still have quite a few of your treasures with me, Lin Qingchen replied. It's about time I return them to their rightful owners. After making arrangements for Zhuolin, the group went to Lin Zainan's study, where Yun Maxiao recounted the events that had transpired. Lin Zainan sat in his chair, silent for a long while. This is an important matter that can't be delayed. I'm not a member of the imperial court, so I'll have to tell your father about it. Yun Ruoyan shared her concerns with Lin Zainan, who replied, now that your friend's involved in this matter, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape unscathed. For the time being, keep his identity a secret. Once Kongming Academy reopens and the two of you enter, your safety will be guaranteed. Kongming Academy was above the Four Kingdoms. Although it was located within the borders of the Li Kingdom couldn't influence it, and Kongming Academy didn't participate in political struggles. As long as Zhuo Feng and Zhuolin entered Kongming Academy at the end of the month, no one would be able to threaten their safety. With Zhuo Feng's approval, the group decided that Yun Maxiao would return to the Yun Manor to inform Yun Lan of the matter. As night fell, Yun Lan was in the middle of his work when Yun Maxiao knocked on his study door. Yun Lan frowned. He didn't like to be disturbed when he was working, but he was still surprised to see who it was. On the day that Yun Maxiao had returned home, he had immediately gone to look for Yun Ruoyan. The two of them had gotten into a fight over Yun Ruoyan in the main hall, and they had parted on bad terms. After that, they had met again in the Fong residence. This was the fourth time that the two of them had met. Is it time for your holiday? Yun Lan put down the pen in his hand and asked. He thought that Yun Maxiao had come to bid farewell. Not yet. Yun Maxiao didn't intend to tell his father that he wasn't returning to the army. There's no war at the borders, and I haven't had a vacation in many years. I should be able to personally send Ruoyan to Kongming Academy. Yun Lan nodded and didn't say anything else. He picked up his brush and continued reading the documents. Father, Yun Maxiao called out. Is there anything else? Yun Lan didn't even raise his head. Yun Maxiao walked up and placed his hands on Yun Lan's desk. I have something important to tell you, father. Yun Lan frowned, raising his head to look at his father seriously. Yun Maxiao didn't beat around the bush and immediately told his father about this important matter. Yun Lan was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Impossible. This was the first thing that came out of Yun Lan's mouth. Father, I didn't think it was possible at first, either. The far-sighted king is known as the virtuous king, and no one would believe that he would rebel. However, it's better to be cautious, Yun Maxiao said. Yun Lan clasped his hands together as he looked at his father. Did you know that the previous emperor intended to pass the throne to the far-sighted king? However, the far-sighted king refused in front of a number of important officials, so the throne was passed to the third prince, the current emperor. If you tell me now that the far-sighted king is rebelling, even the emperor wouldn't believe you. Yun Lan's words made Yun Maxiao even more confused. The far-sighted king voluntarily relinquished his right to the throne. He frowned at his father. Are you certain? Yun Lan nodded once more. This is a secret of the imperial family. Apart from the emperor and the far-sighted king himself, there were 6 other people present. Only these 8 people knew about this secret, and I happened to be working for your grandfather at the time, so I was one of them. If the far-sighted king had voluntarily relinquished his right to the throne, then Zhuo Feng's claim that the far-sighted king had coveted the throne for the past 20 years and spent more than a decade plotting a rebellion couldn't be true. Could it be that Zhuo Feng was lying? But it didn't seem like it. Moreover, why would he make up such a lie? Yun Maxiao left the bamboo cottage with all sorts of questions in his mind. He turned and headed for Yun Ruoyan's cottage, intending to discuss the matter. Because he was using his spiritual energy, it was as if he was walking on wind. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Yun Ruoyan's cottage. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Yun Ma Xiao suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura not far from him. Based on his previous experience of chasing that shadowy figure, Yun Ma Xiao didn't call out to it. Instead, he pretended to have a stomachache and wanted to relieve himself as he walked toward the source of the aura. The source of the aura was a row of tall trees not far from the main entrance of Yun Ruoyan's cottage. As Yun Ma Xiao walked over, he put his hand on his belt and pretended to undo his pants. Just as he was about to reach the source of the aura, a yellow sword aura suddenly appeared beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the crown of one of the trees and pulled out a figure. The figure still had some spiritual energy and tried to resist, but Yun Ma Xiao grabbed the figure's fist with one hand and used the other to tap on the man's meridian, sealing his spiritual energy. Ah! The figure screamed as Yun Ma Xiao threw him into the courtyard of Yun Ruoyan's cottage. At the same time, the doors to 3 rooms in Yun Ruoyan's cottage opened, and Yun Ruoyan and her 3 maids walked out. What, were you prepared for this? Yun Ma Xiao asked. Yes, young master, Peony replied. The mistress sensed an unfamiliar aura around the courtyard a long time ago, and we've been on our guard these past few days. The mistress told us to keep quiet and do what we needed to do, but that fellow only grew bolder and bolder. At first, he only lingered in the distance, but he's gotten closer and closer these past few days, Shi Lan added. Ling Lan lowered her head and whispered, this servant was just preparing to dig a dog hole in the corner of the wall tomorrow for him to crawl through, so that he won't be able to return. I didn't expect eldest young master to capture him so quickly. This has saved this servant a lot of trouble. Yun Ma Xiao laughed heartily at Ling Lan's amusing words. Ruoyan, your 3 maids are truly strange, much better than the blockheads in my courtyard. Yun Ruoyan smiled as her gaze landed on the figure kneeling on the ground, clutching his face. Bring me a brighter lantern. I'd like to see what this little thief is up to. After spying on her for so many days, Yun Ruoyan suspected that he had been sent by Madaman. It seemed that Madaman was truly anxious to the point of resorting to such a foolish method. Tomorrow, I'll bring this little thief to my grandmother's place to complain. Let's see who'll be able to protect you then. Here, Mississippi, Shi Lan brought the lantern over. Yun Ruoyan took it and brought it closer to the figure. The figure was kneeling on the ground, his face covered. He wore a dark green robe and a jade crown of the same color, and his back looked quite familiar to Yun Ruoyan. Show me your face. Yun Ma Xiao grabbed the back of the man's neck and turned him around. Why are you here? Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 128. When the crowd saw the face that Yun Ma Xiao had forcefully turned toward them, they all froze in shock. This fellow was none other than the young master of the Yun family's second branch, Yun Feng's only son, Yun Moyuan. Second young master, how could it be you? Peony and Shi Lan exclaimed in unison, both of them surprised. The last time the two of them had interacted with Yun Moyuan was a few months ago, when he had followed Yun Ruoyao and the others to her quarters to cause trouble. At the time, if not for Yun Ruoyan's interference, Shi Lan and Peony would have been taught a lesson by Yun Moyuan. His domineering and arrogant demeanor had left a deep impression on the two girls. Ling Lan had always been a lowly servant, and Yun Moyuan was often away from home, so she wasn't familiar with him. However, when she heard Peony and Shi Lan call him second young master, she couldn't help but wonder why the second young master of the Yun family had come to their quarters in the middle of the night. Their quarters were probably the poorest in the entire Yun family, but there were plenty of treasures to steal. Yun Moyuan didn't make a sound, only covering his face with his hands. Yun Ma Xiao grabbed Yun Moyuan's hands and forced him to reveal his face once more. He frowned and shouted, "What are you trying to do by hiding in the tree outside my quarters in the middle of the night?" Yun Ma Xiao hadn't grown up in the Yun family, and he hadn't had much interaction with his brothers in the family. However, he did have some impression of this Yun Moyuan. The two of them had crossed paths 4 years ago. At that time, Yun Moyuan had bullied Yun Ruoyan and had been beaten up by him. Who would have thought that after 4 years, the brat would fall into his hands again? Yun Ruoyan's heart was filled with suspicion. When had Yun Moyuan become Madame Anne's lackey? That shouldn't be the case, right? Although Yun Moyuan was close to Yun Ruoyao, Yun Ruoyu, and Yi Qianying, he didn't have to be a spy for them in the middle of the night. What did Madame Anne promise you to spy on me? Yun Ruoyan's expression was as cold as her eyes. When Yun Moyuan met Yun Ruoyan's gaze, he immediately looked away. His face alternated between red and white, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Speak. Yun Maxiao saw that he was pretending to be mute and instantly lost his patience. He raised his fist and was about to hit him. If you don't make a sound, I'll beat you until you can't get out of bed for half a year. Yun Moyuan's memory of Yun Maxiao's fists was still fresh. Yun Moyuan was a 4th-rank blade master, and he'd already lost to Yun Ruoyan a few months ago, let alone an 8th-rank blade master like Yun Maxiao. Just the aura that Yun Maxiao was exuding was enough to make Yun Moyuan's heart palpitate and his teeth chatter. If he were to fight him head-on, he'd be crippled in no time. But if he were to open his mouth, he'd probably be crippled as well. As a result, Yun Moyuan clenched his teeth tightly once more. Ha! Yun Maxiao sneered, looks like you've already forgotten the taste of my fist. I'll let you savor it a little longer. As soon as Yun Maxiao finished speaking, his fist landed squarely on the bridge of Yun Moyuan's nose. Ah! Yun Moyuan felt an indescribable pain rush to his brain, and his brain felt like it was going to explode. Although Yun Maxiao's blows were heavy, he had controlled the strength and position of his blows perfectly. Not only would he feel the pain, but he wouldn't be so badly injured that he'd pass out. As a result, Yun Moyuan felt like he was about to lose consciousness, but he quickly regained consciousness. My nose. Yun Moyuan felt a warm liquid dripping down his nose. He wiped it with his hand, and it was dark red in the night. Your nose is fine now, but you won't know in a moment. Yun Maxiao's fist came down again. This time, his nose would probably be broken, and his face would be disfigured. Stop hitting me, I'll talk, Yun Moyuan hurriedly said. Yun Maxiao's fist stopped at the tip of his nose. Tell me, why are you spying on my sister? Did Madame Anne send you? Yun Maxiao shouted. Yun Moyuan glanced at Yun Ruoyan. She was dressed in a light yellow dress, and her face was concealed by a peach blossom veil. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were bright and sharp. Aunt didn't send me here, Yun Moyuan replied. I came here on my own. You came here on your own. Yun Ruoyan saw that he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She asked coldly, what do you want to do in the middle of the night? Ruoyan, don't be angry, I didn't want to do anything, Yun Moyuan explained anxiously. I just wanted to see you. Didn't want to do anything, just wanted to see you. Although this wasn't a big deal, it depended on who said it and under what circumstances. Yun Moyuan was a grown man of 16 or 17, peeping outside his sister's courtyard in the middle of the night. When he was caught, he said that he didn't want to do anything, just wanted to see her. Everyone looked at each other, a single word appearing in their minds, sick. Yun Moyuan really was sick, and lovesick at that. It turned out that on the day of the Yun matriarch's birthday banquet, Yun Moyuan had been unable to forget Yun Ruoyan after seeing her once in her quarters. Yun Moyuan had traveled extensively with his father, and he had seen countless beauties. Although he had been stunned by their beauty before, he had never been as captivated by it as he was now. After Yun Ruoyan had been abducted by the spiritual master, he had been extremely worried. When he heard that Yun Ruoyan had returned safely, he had immediately wanted to pay her a visit. But then he remembered how he had pointed at Yun Ruoyan's nose and called her an ugly freak, how no one would have seen him die on the streets, and how he had even beaten her. It had only been a few months since then, and if he were to pay her a visit now, he would likely be misunderstood as having ulterior motives. As a result, he hesitated, wandering around the vicinity of Ting Lan Yuan, getting closer and closer to it. After being seen a few times during the day, Yun Mo Yuan decided to loiter around at night. Even if he could only hear Yun Ruoyan's laughter with the servant girl in the courtyard, when he went to bed at night, his mind would be filled with the girl's bell-like laughter, and he would have a good night's sleep. Over the next few days, as if he had become addicted, he would come to spy on her every day, and today, he had been caught red-handed. "Ruoyan, I really didn't want to hurt you. It's just that I just couldn't control myself," Yun Mo Yuan said directly to Yun Ruoyan. Having lived two lives, Yun Ruoyan naturally understood what Yun Mo Yuan's gaze and tone meant. She immediately felt a chill in her heart, and she turned around to avoid Yun Mo Yuan's gaze. Although Yun Ma Xiao had grown up in the army, he had never had a romantic relationship. However, those ruffian soldiers in the army didn't have any control over their mouths. They spouted all sorts of things about love and affection. After a brief moment of surprise, he could tell from Yun Mo Yuan's tone that something was amiss. In an instant, a wave of anger surged from his chest, and without a word, he punched Yun Mo Yuan's left eye. "Ouch! Brother, don't hit me," Yun Mo Yuan begged. "I'm just telling the truth, I really just wanted to take a look, I don't have any ill intentions." It would have been better if Yun Mo Yuan hadn't begged for mercy, but the moment he did, Yun Ma Xiao became even more enraged. He grabbed Yun Mo Yuan's shirt and lifted him up to his face. "You filthy brat, my sister isn't someone you can look at just because you want to." As he spoke, he punched Yun Mo Yuan's right eye again. "Was the shadow I saw on the streets a few days ago you? Speak." Seeing that Yun Ma Xiao's punches were getting harder and harder to control, Peony spoke up to stop him. "Young master, you can't hit him anymore. He's still one of us, and he's the second master's only son. If you kill him, it'll be hard for us to explain ourselves." Although Peony was angry, she was still rational. "That's right, young master, you can't kill him," Shilan added. "At most, dig his eyes out." Shilan didn't know much about romantic relationships, so she wasn't as angry as the others. However, peeking in the middle of the night wasn't a good thing, and gouging out his eyes was the best punishment. "All right." Yun Ma Xiao loosened his grip. "I'll dig out your eyes, and you'll never dare to do such a despicable thing again." As he spoke, he stretched out two fingers, intending to poke Yun Mo Yuan's eyes blind. "Brother!" Yun Ruoyan hurriedly turned around to stop him. "No!" Although Yun Mo Yuan disgusted her, he was the only son of the Yun family's second branch, Yun Feng. Yun Feng's wife, Feng Hua, had died young, leaving behind only this child, and Yun Feng doted on him as if he were the apple of his eye. As a result, even though Yun Mo Yuan's cultivation wasn't high, he still had quite a bit of status in the Yun family. Yun Feng often brought him along to teach him how to manage the family stores, and in the future, he would be in charge of half of the Yun family's businesses. If Yun Ma Xiao were to dig out his eyes, wouldn't that be the same as digging out Yun Feng's eyeballs? Once a grudge was formed, there would be no way to resolve it. This brat is really too impudent. How dare he have designs on my sister? If I don't dig out his eyes, I won't be able to vent my anger. Even though Yun Ma Xiao knew the consequences, he couldn't take it lying down. How dare he harbor such depraved thoughts? Once I dig out his eyes, I'll explain everything to second uncle. I don't believe that second uncle will be so shameless as to shield me. Brother, if you really dig out his eyes, things won't be so easy. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly tugged on her brother's arm. Right now, they were in the right, but if they went too far and provoked the Yun family's anger, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Moreover, Yun Ruoyan didn't want to make a big deal out of this. Her reputation wasn't good to begin with, and the rumors outside had already demonized her. There really wasn't a need to add to her reputation. When Yun Moyuan saw that Yun Ruoyan was pleading for him, he misunderstood her, thinking that she couldn't bear to hurt him. Sister Ruoyan, I know I didn't treat you well in the past. Not only did I scold you, I even hit you. At this time, Yun Moyuan was still busy expressing his thoughts to Yun Ruoyan. Ever since I saw you at grandmother's, I haven't been able to eat or drink. I just want to see you again. You're still spouting nonsense. Yun Maxiao raised his leg and kicked his brother's thigh. This time, however, Yun Moyuan was very strong-willed. He only grunted before continuing, my infatuation with you, Sister Ruoyan, can be witnessed by the heavens. Yun Moyuan's expression was incomparably sincere, and he didn't seem to be faking it. Yun Ruoyan's face darkened. She hadn't expected, in both her past and present life, that she would encounter such a horrendous peach blossom. Chapter 129. Second young master, don't spout nonsense. You'll ruin my mistress' reputation, and you'll ruin yourself as well. Peony was both embarrassed and angry when she saw Yun Moyuan staring at her mistress. Shilan finally reacted and pulled Ling Lan in front of Yun Ruoyan, blocking Yun Moyuan's line of sight. Yun Maxiao forcibly suppressed his urge to gouge out Yun Moyuan's eyes, his handsome face flushed red with anger. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, didn't feel too offended. She simply didn't like Yun Moyuan. On the Qinyuan continent, cousins could marry, but cousins with the same surname couldn't. This was a matter that could be dealt with as a matter of law. What had gotten into Yun Moyuan's head? Could this really be Madame Anne's doing? Was she trying to ruin Yun Ruoyan's reputation and then get rid of her? Although the practice of marrying someone of the same surname was looked down upon and forbidden, it wasn't rare to find such a practice in history. Among the common folk, there were stories of siblings who were discovered sleeping together and drowned in a pig cage. Another of the biggest scandals of the Li Kingdom was that, at the ripe old age of 50, the third emperor of the Li Kingdom had taken a fancy to his brother's youngest daughter and lured her into the palace to have sex with her, only to be discovered by the crown prince. This was the first time that a crown prince of the Li Kingdom had attempted to usurp power, and it was from then on that the punishment for marrying someone of the same surname was written into the law. If this was really Madame Anne's doing, then her intentions were truly vicious. Fortunately, she had discovered Yun Moyuan's intentions in time. Otherwise, if outsiders had discovered Yun Moyuan's intentions, even if it had nothing to do with her, she would have been accused of seducing her cousin. However, when Yun Ruoyan thought about it, it didn't seem likely. Yun Moyuan wasn't an idiot, and he wouldn't be used by Madame Anne so easily. Moreover, Yun Moyuan was the second son of the Yun family, and Madame Anne wouldn't dare do such a thing. Yun Moyuan. Yun Ruoyan called out from between the two maids. We share the same surname, so let me ask you, do you know that marrying someone of the same surname is a serious crime? I do. Seeing that Yun Ruoyan was willing to talk to him, Yun Moyuan hurriedly tried to get up, but his right leg wouldn't listen to him, and he sat back down. Yun Maxiao had kicked Yun Moyuan's right leg with great force, and even if it didn't break his leg, it was still swollen. If you know, then why are you still messing around? Aren't you afraid of being drowned in a pig cage? Don't harm my young mistress, Shilan said angrily. Of course I wouldn't harm Ruoyan. Yun Moyuan hurriedly said, if my surname wasn't Yun, wouldn't I have nothing to do with Ruoyeon? Naturally, we wouldn't have a relationship. What did you say? Yun Ma Xiao shouted, you dare to say such nonsense. You're really sick. Let me give you 2 more punches to wake you up. Big brother, don't panic. Listen to me, Yun Mo Yuen said anxiously. I'm not spouting nonsense. My father brought me here. Yun Mo Yuen's words stunned the crowd once more. Peony was born into the family, and had grown up with many of the Yun family's juniors. Although she hadn't interacted with Yun Mo Yuen before, she had known him since she was young. He was the only son of the second branch, so how could he possibly have been adopted? It's true. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, Yun Mo Yuen hurriedly continued, I overheard my aunt talking to my cousins. My mother has always been weak and sickly, and I was brought here by my aunt from a distant relative for my parents to raise. Although the crowd found Yun Mo Yuen's words hard to believe, it wasn't entirely impossible. The second branch's wife had been sickly ever since she married into the Yun family, and she had passed away before Yun Mo Yuen was half a year old. It was likely that Yun Feng had asked Madame to find a child for him in order to comfort his wife. Did you hear this from Madame and her daughters? Yun Ma Xiao asked. Do you really believe what they say? Normally, I wouldn't believe it, and even if it were true, I wouldn't want to believe it, Yun Mo Yuen continued. Yun Mo Yuen continued, but those few days, I was troubled by my feelings for Sister Ruoyeon. When I heard this news, I was shocked but happy, so I went to ask my father about it, and under my persistent questioning, he admitted to it. He even told me that if I wanted to return to my family, he wouldn't stop me. So, Ruoyeon were not even related by blood at all. Yun Ma Xiao's gaze passed through the 2 maids and landed on Yun Ruoyeon once more. As long as I'm willing to return to my family, we won't have the same surname anymore. At that time, I'll officially take you home, and I won't mistreat you. Yun Ruoyeon felt a headache coming on. What a rotten peach blossom. Indeed, Madame had played a part in the blossoming of the peach blossoms. You want to marry my sister? You're a toad lusting after swan meat. Yun Ma Xiao was so angry that he laughed. I'm not a toad, Yun Mo Yuen argued. Ruoyeon, you've indeed become more beautiful, but your reputation isn't good outside. I'm definitely worthy of you. Rather than marrying off to some random person, why not marry me? I can guarantee that I'll treat you well. Yun Ruoyeon rubbed her throbbing head and sighed. Sometimes, it wasn't the flower's fault for attracting butterflies and bees. She'd never intended to attract butterflies and bees, and she'd even been careful not to reveal her true beauty. Yet, these butterflies and bees were forcing her to use her trump card. Yun Ruoyeon motioned for Shilon and Peony to move aside before walking up to Yun Mo Yuen's side and squatting down. Ruoyeon. Yun Ma Xiao called out, his face filled with surprise. Have you changed your mind? I'll really treat you well. Yun Mo Yuen. Yun Ruoyeon finally spoke up. You said that you liked me because of my beautiful face, not because I'm a person, right? Everyone loves beauty, and a fair and graceful lady is a man's dream, Yun Mo Yuen admitted confidently. I like your face, and if I don't see you for a day, I won't be able to eat or drink. That's no different from liking you. Sure. Yun Ruoyeon smiled at his words. Her eyebrows were elegant, her eyes like stars, and her lips were crimson. Her skin was as translucent as jade, and when she smiled, her pearl-white teeth were faintly discernible. The peach blossoms on her cheeks complemented each other. Yun Ma Xiao felt his eyes light up, and his heart nearly stopped. Yun Ruoyeon waved her hand in front of Yun Mo Yuen's dazed eyes, then sneered, since you like this face so much, I'll let you have a good look. Then, she took off the peach blossom veil on the right side of her face, revealing the birthmark on her face. The birthmark resembled a red centipede, stretching from the corner of her right eye to her chin. It was as if someone had suddenly added a stroke to a beautiful painting. All that was left was eerie and tragic. Yun Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. In the past, Yun Ruoyan didn't wear a veil. She would hide her face with her head lowered, and her figure would wither like a withered dog's tail. That kind of person, paired with that kind of face, was loathsome and disgusting, but not frightening. Now, however, she was like a phoenix flower facing the wind, and one couldn't help but admire her beauty. When she slowly approached, and then suddenly revealed such a face, those with poor mental fortitude would be scared to death. "How is it, cousin?" Yun Ruoyan smiled, very satisfied with the effect. "Do you think that such a face will make you unable to eat even if you don't see it for a day?" Perhaps it would only be if he saw it every day that he wouldn't be able to eat. Yun Mo Yuan's reaction was much better than Li Qinxiao's. At the very least, he didn't piss his pants. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Ruoyan, I know you're very concerned about this birthmark on your face, but I'm not in a hurry. I'll accompany you as it slowly heals and disappears. Even if it doesn't completely disappear, I won't mind." Yun Ruoyan frowned. "Who told you that my birthmark would heal?" "I heard it from His Highness and the second prince." Yun Mo Yuan didn't try to hide the truth. That day, outside Xiang Lan's cottage, I inadvertently overheard the two of them talking. "The crown prince told the second prince that your birthmark was much better than before. He also said that you took Elder Lin's elixir and that the birthmark on your face is slowly recovering. He regretted being scared away by you that day and neglecting you. He is thinking of a way to get your forgiveness and marry you." Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed like this wasn't the only rotten peach. "Ruoyan, I know you don't want to share a husband with Qianying," Yun Mo Yuan continued. "I'm willing to give up my status as the second young master of the Yun family to marry you. I'll tell father about this tomorrow at dawn." "What if I say that I'm not willing?" "You'll be willing," Yun Mo Yuan replied. "I have plenty of time to make you willing." Yun Mo Yuan was a spoiled young master, and there were very few things that he couldn't get his hands on. The way he looked at Yun Ruoyan now was as if he were determined to have her. Yun Ruoyan was quite annoyed by Yun Mo Yuan's determined attitude. She slowly stood up, sighed deeply, and turned to her brother. "Brother, this matter can't be settled privately. It looks like we'll have to settle it publicly." Within Madame Anne's cottage, Yun Ruoyao still hadn't returned to her own. Madame Anne hadn't been feeling well these past few days, but Yun Ruoyao, as a filial daughter, had been taking care of her all day. Madame Anne looked at Yun Ruoyao's somewhat gaunt face and sighed inwardly. After all, this girl had crawled out of her womb. Yi Qianying and Yun Ruoyu hadn't come to pay their respects in days. Did they really think that she was useless? "How's Ma Yuan doing?" Madame Anne asked as she swallowed the medicine Yun Ruoyao had fed her. "According to one of his servants, he goes out every night and only returns late at night," Yun Ruoyao replied. "He's headed in the direction of Yun Ruoyao's cottages." "Ha!" Madame Anne chuckled as she swallowed another mouthful of medicine. "I really didn't expect him to be so infatuated with that girl." "That's right, I didn't expect it either," Yun Ruoyao replied. That day at Yun Ruoyan's cottages, when I saw the way cousin Mo Yuan looked at Yun Ruoyan, I immediately felt that something was off. It was only after mother reminded me that I realized. It turned out that Madame Anne had already noticed that Yun Mo Yuan's gaze toward Yun Ruoyan wasn't pure and innocent. At the time, Madame Anne had thought that Yun Ruoyan would surely be accepted by the Buddhists, so she hadn't paid too much attention to it. Later, not only had Yun Ruoyan not been defeated by the Buddhists, but she had even returned to Madame Anne's cottage. Yun Lan had ordered her not to provoke Yun Ruoyan, so she had focused all her attention on this matter. 16 or 17 years old are the hardest to control their emotions, Madame replied. But he still knows some manners, and he doesn't dare to do anything immoral. Now that I've exposed his parentage, I've helped him. Mother. Yun Ruoya placed the empty bowl on the table by the bedside. Will father betroth Ruoyan to cousin Moyuan? Chapter 130. Madame pondered Yun Ruoya's question for a moment, but she didn't respond. She had never been able to see through Yun Lan, nor could she fathom what he was thinking. Back when she and Lin Yuemei had married Yun Lan, she had witnessed with her own eyes how much he doted on Lin Yuemei. It was as if he held her in his hands, afraid that she would drop, afraid that she would melt. As for his and Lin Yuemei's first child, Yun Ma Xiao, he had spent a great deal of time and effort grooming him. Yun Ma Xiao himself didn't know, but Madame did. Every year, Yun Lan would send large amounts of resources to the army that Yun Ma Xiao served in. General Huang had always been fond of Yun Ma Xiao, and with the Yun family's support, he was even more devoted to his disciple. Coupled with Yun Ma Xiao's own hard work, he was able to become an 8th-rank Blade Master and 5th-rank Beast Master at such a young age. He had even become the youngest general in the Li Kingdom after Li Mo. However, Yun Lan's attitude toward Yun Ruoyan was markedly different. According to Madame, even if Yun Ruoyan had become ugly and lost her talent for cultivation, she was still the child of Yun Lan and the woman he loved the most, and he couldn't possibly ignore her. As a result, Madame didn't dare to harm Yun Ruoyan openly, only giving her a light punishment. However, she found that Yun Lan didn't seem to care about her at all. As a result, she increased her punishment time and time again, from a scolding to a forced kneeling in the ancestral hall without food. Madame Anne's original goal wasn't to take Yun Ruoyan's life, but to think of her mother whenever she saw Yun Ruoyan. How annoying! If she didn't see Yun Ruoyan, she would be annoyed to think of the mother and daughter. Lin Yuemei was already dead, but Yun Ruoyan had to be left behind to annoy her. How could she not be annoyed? No, she didn't. Yun Ruoyan had slowly turned from an ugly duckling into a beautiful woman, and her cultivation base was improving at a godly pace. However, Madame discovered that Yun Lan's attitude toward Yun Ruoyan hadn't changed much. Although Madame was puzzled, she was certain that Yun Lan still didn't like his daughter. Especially after Yun Ruoyan had settled old scores with him in front of Yun Ma Xiao, Yun Lan would frown whenever Yun Ruoyan was mentioned. Would he marry Yun Ruoyan off to someone else as soon as possible? Regardless of whether your father betroths that girl to someone else or not, there's going to be a good show to watch, Madame said with a smile. Mother and daughter were talking when the curtain was suddenly lifted. Hong Yu stuck her head in and said, Madam, Master has sent someone to summon you to the main hall to discuss official business. Did you say what it was? Yun Ruoyao asked. Hong Yu shook her head. He didn't say, but it looks urgent. All right, just tell him that I'll pack up and go right away. Madame waved her hand. Mother, it's almost midnight. What could have happened? Yun Ruoyao helped Madame up. We're going to the hall to discuss official business, so it's not a private matter. Madame allowed Yun Ruoyao to help her put on the white robe as she commented, it seems that we'll have to settle this matter. Yun Ruoyao's hands paused as she asked, could it be that cousin Mo Yuan was discovered spying on Ruoyan? Ha, that's good, Madame said with a smile. She couldn't just embarrass herself in front of everyone. As the matriarch of the household, she had been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, hand-copied scriptures, and even scolded by Yun Lan in front of all the servants in the main hall. Not a single person had come to visit her when she had fallen ill. The 4th branch was working as an official in another part of the household and had already returned home. But not a single person from the 2nd and 3rd branches who were temporarily staying in the manor had come to visit her. They really didn't care about her at all. I'd like to see who the master will side with, the ugly daughter of that woman and the precious daughter of the second branch. Mother, I'll go too. Yun Ruoya wanted to join in on the fun. Madame An nodded in agreement. As she walked out the door, she reminded her, we're only going to watch the show, so don't say anything. I understand, Yun Ruoya replied. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao stood in the middle of the hall, and one of them was kneeling on the floor. Madame An could tell from his back that it was Yun Moyuan. Yun Lan was already seated at the head of the table. Madame An didn't see the Yun matriarch, and she assumed that she had fallen asleep. Madame An nodded at Yun Lan and greeted him. Yun Lan's face was cold, but he gestured at the head of the table beside him, motioning for her to sit. Madame An hesitated for a moment before taking the seat next to Yun Lan. Yun Ruoyao helped Madame An to stand by her side. If the Yun matriarch were present, Madame An wouldn't have been able to take this seat. Her usual seat was the wooden chair beside Yun Lan. Although the Yun matriarch had long since retired from the household, whenever the Yun matriarch had to discuss important matters, she would always be placed in the seat of honor. Even though she rarely participated in the discussions, she was still treated like a deity. The reason why the Yun matriarch was so respected was not only because she was the most senior member of the Yun family, but also because of her high cultivation. As a peak 8th rank blade master, she was superior to many men. On the Qinyuan continent, as long as her cultivation was high enough, a woman could stand on equal footing with a man, or even surpass him. However, if her cultivation wasn't high enough, then it was a different story. Madame An, for example, was only a 4th rank blade master, and that was only because she had been nurtured by her mother's family. Just as they were escorting Yun Moyuan to Yun Ruoyan's quarters, they happened to run into Yun Lan coming out of his quarters, resulting in the current situation. At this point, Yun Ruoyan couldn't understand why Yun Lan had summoned everyone here. This wasn't something to be proud of. Although everyone present was part of the Yun family, there was still a need for respect between family members. Wouldn't this be akin to slapping Yun Feng's face in front of everyone? Moreover, Yun Feng had always been respectful to Yun Lan, and Yun Lan wouldn't disrespect him. Second brother, this matter does indeed have something to do with Moyuan, Yun Lan replied. Moyuan has been spoiled by me since he was young, and he doesn't know how to behave. I don't know what he's done to anger young Master Yun. Yun Feng was an extremely intelligent person, and with a single glance, he could tell that Yun Moyuan's injuries were caused by Yun Maxiao. Although he was protective of Yun Maxiao, he also knew that Yun Maxiao wasn't someone who would beat someone up for no reason. The root of the problem was likely Yun Moyuan's own fault, and the only reason Yun Maxiao would be so angry was because of Yun Ruoyan. 4 years ago, Yun Maxiao had beaten up Yun Maxiao because of Yun Ruoyan, and this time, it must be because of her as well. Yun Feng's gaze couldn't help but land on Yun Ruoyan. In just half a year, Yun Ruoyan had grown so much that Yun Feng couldn't even recognize her. That day at the Yun matriarch's birthday banquet, Yun Feng had almost failed to recognize Yun Ruoyan. At this moment, Yun Ruoyan was standing there quietly, not saying a word. Her calm demeanor reminded Yun Feng of his sister-in-law, Yun Ruoyan's mother, Lin Yuemei. I caught Yun Moyuan sneaking around my sister's quarters in the middle of the night, Yun Maxiao replied. If there's anything else, I'll leave it to him. Yun Feng glanced at Yun Moyuan, and the scene of Yun Moyuan asking him about his parentage flashed through his mind. Originally, he had intended to tell Yun Moyuan about this matter when he turned 18, but he hadn't expected Yun Moyuan to discover it himself, so he didn't hide it from him. Yun Feng had thought that Yun Moyuan would be sad when he learned of this matter, but he found that not only was Yun Moyuan not sad, he even seemed very happy. Now that he saw the scene in front of him, as the saying goes, no one knows his son better than his father. Yun Feng instantly guessed what had happened. Father. Yun Mo Yuen suddenly raised his head and stared at Yun Feng with swollen eyes. You promised to let me acknowledge you as my master, right? I don't want to be a descendant of the Yun family, I want to be your son-in-law. Chapter 131. Everyone was taken aback by Yun Mo Yuen's words. Yun Sen looked at Yun Mo Yuen. What nonsense are you spouting? Second uncle, I'm not spouting nonsense, Yun Mo Yuen replied. I'm not the biological child of my parents. They adopted me. How is that not nonsense? Yun Sen raised his voice. Where did you hear that from? Yun Mo Yuen glanced at Madame N. I heard it from eldest aunt. Everyone turned to look at Madame N. She hadn't expected Yun Mo Yuen to push her out of the limelight. Mo Yuen, when did I ever say something like that to you? She asked hurriedly. That day, when I went to visit you in the rippling courtyard, I happened to overhear your conversation with a few of my cousins, Yun Mo Yuen replied. Ah. Madame N pretended to be surprised. How could you eavesdrop on others? Madame N looked at Yun Lan and saw that he was sitting expressionlessly on his seat, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. She then turned to Yun Feng and said, Isn't it because the anniversary of Ah Zhu's death is approaching? Sister-in-law was talking about Ah Zhu that day and accidentally let it slip. I didn't expect that child, Mo Yuen, to be eavesdropping outside. Ah Zhu was Yun Feng's wife, who had passed away at an early age. Madame Anne's words didn't shirk her responsibility, but at the same time, minimized her own. Even if Yun Feng blamed her, he couldn't show it on his face. Yun Feng sighed. There's no need to blame yourself. I didn't want to keep this a secret from Mo Yuen forever. You were the one who gave the baby to us to raise. Now that he's grown up, you're the most suitable person to tell him. So, this is true, Yun Sen said in surprise when he heard what the two of them said. Only Madame N, Yun Lan, Yun Feng, and a few others knew that Yun Mo Yuen had been adopted. Naturally, Yun Sen didn't. Yes, it's true, Yun Feng said. I've also promised Mo Yuen that as long as he's willing, he can return to the family at any time. Brother, how can that be? Yun Sen stood up from his seat. No matter what, Mo Yuen was raised by our Yun family. How can he just leave like that? Mo Yuen, our Yun family raised you. Are you going to be so ungrateful? Yun Sen glared at Yun Mo Yuen. Third uncle, I. Yun Mo Yuen didn't know how to respond. Although he was already a 17-year-old adult, he had been spoiled since he was a child. He had always considered problems from his own feelings and rarely cared about others, not to mention the great principle of being ungrateful. When Yun Mo Yuen heard Yun Feng's words, he realized that his actions seemed to have betrayed the Yun family and his father. But when Yun Mo Yuen turned to look at Yun Ruoyan's silhouette, he felt that there was nothing more important than this girl. If he couldn't be with the person he loved, then he would never be happy in this lifetime. If he wasn't happy, then there was no point in doing anything. Besides, even if he didn't become a descendant of the Yun family, wouldn't he still be a member of the Yun family if he became a son-in-law? It would just be a change of address. Third uncle, even if I return to the Yun family, I won't leave the Yun family, Yun Mo Yuen said. After I marry Ruoyan, I'll still be a member of the Yun family. What? Yun Sen raised his voice. You want to marry your sister? Yes, Yun Mo Yuen replied seriously. Yun Mo Yuen's expression was serious. It's precisely for the sake of marrying Sister Ruoyan that I chose to return to my clan. Yun Mo Yuen, don't spout nonsense. Don't think that I won't dare hit you just because you're here. Yun Mo Yuen puffed out his chest and said fearlessly, even if you beat me to death, I'll still say it. I like Ruoyan, and I must marry her. Alright, I'll beat you to death. Yun Ma Xiao was about to explode, but Yun Sen grabbed him by the waist. Ma Xiao, we're brothers. Don't be rash. Who's brothers with him? Yun Ma Xiao roared. If he dares say something like that again, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Brother. Yun Mo Yuan looked at Yun Ma Xiao. You've never liked anyone before, so you don't know this feeling. I like Ruoyan, and no matter what price I have to pay, I'll marry her. Although Yun Ruoyao, who was standing by Madame An's side, hadn't said a word, she was silently cursing Yun Ruoyan. Just what was so good about this Yun Ruoyan that her arrogant cousin would go so crazy? Yun Ruoyao looked at Yun Ruoyan, only to see that she was standing there quietly, her head slightly lowered. She seemed to be thinking about something. In short, it was as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Even if Yun Ruoyan hadn't been possessed by a fox demon, she definitely knew how to seduce men. Otherwise, how could she have made them go crazy over her? Pei Xiao, Li Qianshao, and even the slaughtering king, Li Mo, treated Yun Ruoyan differently. This time, even her own brothers were infatuated with her. She was truly a terrifying person. Mo Yuan. At this time, Yunsen finally looked at his son and said solemnly, although you are not my biological son, you have been siblings with Ruoyao and Ruoyan for so many years. How can you have such thoughts? Father. Yun Mo Yuan propped his hands on the ground and raised his head. If I were your biological son, and the blood of the Yun family flowed through my veins, I wouldn't dare express such thoughts. But I'm not your biological son, so why can't I express my feelings? You've often told me about your relationship with Mother. For her sake, you were willing to spend the rest of your life alone. Even if you didn't have any children, you were still willing to do so, Yun Mo Yuan said. I want to be like you, to find such a relationship. Yun Mo Yuan's words were full of sincerity, and apart from Yun Ruoyan, almost everyone present was moved by his words. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yun Ruoyan absolutely didn't believe that Yun Mo Yuan's so-called feelings for her were real. They'd never gone through trials and tribulations together, and yet he couldn't forget her just because of her beauty, and that was what he called feelings for her. For that, he was even willing to give up his status as a scion of the Yun family. Mo Yuan, are you sure you really like Ruoyan? Yun Feng asked. Yes, father, I do, Yun Mo Yuan replied. Yun Mo Yuan replied, then turned to the silent Yun Lan. Eldest uncle, I know that you must be furious, just like brother Ma Xiao, but I promise you that as long as you betrothed Ruoyan to me, I'll treat her well. Yun Lan finally turned his gaze to Yun Mo Yuan's sincere face. Yun Lan had watched Yun Mo Yuan grow up, and he knew that his brother was domineering, selfish, and only average in talent. In reality, he was a man who was easy to manipulate. But there was something about him that Yun Lan rather admired. Once he truly wanted something, he would overcome all obstacles, be willing to give up, and be willing to go all out. In this aspect, Yun Ma Xiao was very similar to him. Yun Lan couldn't help but think back to when Yun Ma Xiao was wooing Lin Yuemei, as if even the heavens couldn't stop him. And in the end, he would win her heart. Yun Lan turned to Yun Ruoyan. She seemed to have been standing there silently ever since she'd entered the room. Her expressionless face made it seem as if what they were discussing had nothing to do with her. What was she thinking? This question suddenly popped up in Yun Lan's mind, and his heart skipped a beat. For a long time, Yun Lan had been used to controlling everything. Even when he was with the current emperor, he could clearly guess what the emperor was thinking and would never guess what he was thinking. Yun Lan didn't need to expend much effort to figure out the emperor's thoughts, but now, he couldn't help but wonder what Yun Ruoyan was thinking. What frustrated Yun Lan even more was that he couldn't figure out what Yun Ruoyan was thinking at all. He didn't know when it had started, but Yun Ruoyan had completely broken free from his control. In the past, Yun Lan had hoped that Yun Ruoyan would contribute to the Yun family's interests, and that he would be able to use her to improve his relationship with the Crown Prince and the Slaughtering King. But the premise of that hope was that Yun Ruoyan would remain within his control. Now, however, Yun Ruoyan was slipping further and further away from his control, or rather, she had never been in his control. Furthermore, Yun Ruoyan was about to enter Kongming Academy. At that time, Yun Ruoyan would become even more of an unknown factor, and this made Yun Lan uneasy. Thinking of this, Yun Lan's dark eyes suddenly flashed and an idea appeared in his mind. He looked at Yun Moyuan and suddenly revealed a benevolent smile. "You're very good." Yun Moyuan's face lit up with delight when he heard Yun Lan's words. "Uncle, what do you mean?" "I mean that you're very good." Yun Lan's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan. "I'll be at ease if I betroth Ruoyan to you." "Father." Yun Ma Xiao was the first to cry out. "No." "Why not?" Yun Lan looked at his father. "Ruoyan's about to enter Kongming Academy. How can you betroth her now? Besides, with Moyuan's cultivation, he's not a good match for her, all right." Yun Lan waved his hand, interrupting Yun Ma Xiao. "I've made up my mind on this matter." "Father." Yun Ma Xiao wanted to continue, but Yun Ruoyan held him back. Yun Ma Xiao turned to look at Yun Ruoyan. Her expression was calm, and her lips were curled up in a mysterious smile. "Father, you can't betroth Ruoyan to just anyone, because she's already engaged." Yun Ma Xiao was the first to be stunned by Yun Ruoyan's words. Before Yun Ma Xiao could react, Yun Ruoyan continued calmly, "Father, don't you know that the Emperor has already betrothed me to the Slaughtering King during the flower viewing party?" You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.